Chapter 40, 200. Although God King Qingyang had been killed in a single move earlier, the other God Kings paled in fright this time as well. Fear filled the eyes of the other 8 God Kings. They had never thought that there would be a day when they, mighty God Kings, would feel so precarious. Great Divine King Fang Yen has been killed. Even Great Divine King Tiandu has died in the hands of Great Divine King Beixian. Oh, you guys don't have to. You guys are loyal to Great Divine King Fang Yen, so there's no point in submitting. Devil Fiend God King said lightly. Originally, a few figures were planning to kneel down, but after hearing Devil Fiend Deity King's words, they were immediately stunned on the spot. It doesn't matter. Great Divine King Fang Yen is already dead. So what if they are loyal to the death? As long as they know how to judge the situation, it will be fine. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Devil Fiend God King was stunned. The few loyal followers of Great Divine King Fang Yen immediately knelt down with the others. We are willing to serve the Divine Lord Beixian. All right. Ning Qi smiled and said to the Devil Fiend Deity King, in the future, these Deity Kings will be under your command. You just need to help me do one thing. A glint of surprise flashed in the devilish Divine King's eyes, and he quickly said, Grand Divine King Beixian, please speak. Help me keep an eye on the other great worlds. If someone wants to attack the divine Civ world and you don't know about it, the next cup of tea will send you on your way. Ning Qi laughed. The devilish Divine King's heart skipped a beat. He nodded and said, Don't worry, Grand Divine King Beixian. I will follow your instructions and keep an eye on the other great worlds. If that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He moved with little Yu, and Zuoling, disappearing from the 12 God Kings Hall in a single instance. He purposely didn't kill those who were loyal to Great God King Fang Yen so that he could warn Devil Fiend God King. As for whether or not they would want to take revenge in the future, Ning Qi was not worried at all. Although they were God Kings, they were just ants in his eyes. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Did you hear that? In the future, this Fang Yen great world will be under my control. Devil Fiend God King looked at the group of God Kings in front of him with a smile. Got it. The few God Kings nodded slightly. No matter how unhappy they were, they did not dare to show it in front of the Devil Fiend God King. In their eyes, the Devil Fiend Deity King naturally did not need to be concerned, but Ning Qi, who was behind him, made them feel deep fear. After Ning Qi left the Fang Yen Major World, he went to the Celestial Capital Major World. This time, he single-handedly eradicated most of the Divine Kings in the Celestial Capital Major World. In the end, he left a guy called Divine King Ghost Bull to rule the Celestial Capital Major World. The other party had also received instructions from Ning Qi to protect the Divine Civ World. Otherwise, if there was even the slightest bit of negligence, they would come and take their lives. In front of a bustling academy, Zuoling looked around curiously. This is the heavenly book, great world. But why do they look no different from mortals? A trace of doubt also rose in little Yuer's heart. Could it be that everyone had fallen into an illusion? When they arrived here, they had already asked around and found out that the Heavenly Academy in front of them was built by Mr. Kongda. The other Mr. Kongs were also teaching there. But why were the people who were taught by the God Kings so weak? There was not even a single cultivator, and they were all mortals who could only live for 70 or 80 years. The Heavenly Academy teaches the world. Even the scholars of the enemy countries are qualified to enter the Heavenly Academy to study. Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the information he had obtained flashed in his mind. This Heavenly Academy was really curious. Young master, could this be a trap? Little Yu asked with a rather vigilant look. It's not a trap, but I did not expect that in the entire Heavenly Book Great World, besides these Mr. Kongs, there are no other cultivators left. I'm afraid that all the cultivators, luck, has been absorbed by these Mr. Kongs. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a faint trace of mockery. Cultivators needed to consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the heavenly book great world was extremely high, even if some living creatures did not have a cultivation method, it would not be at this level. It could only be said that there was someone behind this. Ning Chi suspected that the reason there were no cultivators was because Mr. Kongda and the others had hidden all their cultivation paths and only allowed them to cultivate on their own. This way, no one would be able to share any spiritual energy from them, using the power of the entire great world to help himself. This Mr. Kongda has a divine king's clone, and while the cultivation technique he cultivates is strange, he's also quite ambitious. It seems like he intends to step into the 9th step of the divine master realm. Ning Chi faintly thought. At this time, a few scholars who had been standing in the distance and watching finally could not help but walk in front of Ning Chi and the others. The elegant scholar held a folding fan in his hand, smiled at Liliu, and said, "Miss, your beauty is really like a graceful swan, like a swimming dragon. I am Wang Ilong, a student of the Heavenly Book Academy. I wonder if I have the honor to invite you to tour the Heavenly Book Lake?" The Heavenly Book Academy was located next to a huge lake, and the Heavenly Book Lake that he mentioned was this lake. Little Yu smiled, and a faint trace of mockery appeared in her eyes. This kind of aunt really dared to think. "I don't have much interest. Why don't you invite those few people?" Little Yu pointed to the girl who was not far away and quietly looking at them and said with a smile. Wang Along was slightly startled, as he did not expect Little Yu, to reject him so quickly. Did she not guess from his name that he was one of the 4 chief disciples of the Heavenly Book Academy? The Heavenly Book Academy had 4 branches. As long as the chief disciple of each branch left the Heavenly Book Academy, he would immediately be conferred as the Prime Minister to educate the world. Although Wang Along had just become the chief disciple, in the few days that he had become the chief disciple, there were already countless high officials and nobles who wanted to marry his daughter. "Miss, do you know the identity of Senior Brother Wang?" A scholar beside Wang Along said with a smile. "I don't know." Little Yu smiled. "Senior Brother Wang is one of the 4 chief disciples of the Heavenly Book Academy," someone said proudly. Hearing this, Wang Ilong could not help but show a proud expression. "Oh, so what?" Little Yu said coldly. Seeing this, Wang Ilong could not help but frown. He then glanced at Zhuo Ling, and his eyes slightly lit up. However, after being humiliated by Little Yu, he did not dare to invite Zhuo Ling, without permission. In the end, he turned his gaze to Ning Chi. "Brother, you look unfamiliar. I wonder if you have just entered the academy this year?" Wang Yilong said with a smile. "I'm not here to study." Ning Chi smiled, and his gaze fell on the depths of the Heavenly Book Academy. Seeing this, everyone suddenly understood. Every year, countless scholars who were not qualified to enter the Heavenly Book Academy came here to admire the Holy Land. They regarded Ning Chi as one of them. Chapter 4201. So they are not students of the Academy. Wang Ilong's lips curled up slightly, and he suddenly felt more confident. "Brother, do you want to enter the Academy to have a look?" Wang Ilong did not invite Little Yu, to tour the lake, but invited Ning Chi. "That's what I was thinking." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. "Brother, please." Wang Ilong smiled. He knew that ordinary people could not resist the Academy. From the moment he invited Ning Chi, he believed that Ning Chi would agree. He had seen many scholars who came from other places to study. Along the way, he ignored Ning Chi and looked for opportunities to talk to Little Yu. Several other scholars chatted with Zhuo Ling, under the pretext of introducing the Academy. The 2 women smiled and responded appropriately to the group of scholars who were like ants in their eyes. Ning Chi and the other 2 attracted the curiosity of many disciples of the Academy. They recognized Wang Yilong, but they had never seen Ning Qi. At the same time, the temperament and beauty of little Yu, and Zueling were irresistible to these ordinary scholars, and they were deeply attracted to them, except Brother Wang. A scholar with a jade-like face stood in front of them. Although she was wearing a scholar's robe, her appearance and figure told others that she was a woman disguised as a man. Beside her, there were several companions who dressed similarly. Ning Qi found that in the academy there were not only male disciples studying, but also many female disciples disguised as men. Sister Lin. When Wang Ilang saw the person who came, a guilty look flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled and said, "Junior Sister Lin, this is Mr. Ning. He came to our heavenly academy from the far north to admire the inheritance of the sage." "Oh," Lin Zijuan greets Brother Ning. Lin Zijuan bowed to Ning Qi. Then she looked at Wang Ilang and said with a faint smile, "What about these two girls?" Wang Ilang choked for a moment. "We are young master's maids." Little Yu smiled. Lin Zijuan was slightly stunned. She thought that little Yu and Zueling were ladies from a big family, and she was curious why she had never seen them in the sacred city. She did not expect that they were Ning Qi's maids. The appearance of these two people. Lin Zijuan's eyes flashed with jealousy. She immediately guessed that Ning Qi's origin might be from a powerful family in a remote area, since he could have these two maidservants. But so what? In Lin Zijuan's eyes, a mere noble family was nothing. "Senior Brother Wang, Mr. Kong has set up a question that I don't understand. I wonder if Senior Brother Wang can dispel it for me?" Lin Zijuan smiled at Wang Ilang. Wang Ilang's face immediately revealed an embarrassed expression. Normally, he would naturally be willing to answer Lin Zijuan's questions. But now that there were two outstanding beauties by his side, he really couldn't bear to leave, lest he let others take advantage of him. Without waiting for him to speak, he saw a well-built scholar running over from afar. Even before the person arrived, his voice could already be heard. "Sister, I heard that Wang Ilang was bewitched by another woman outside." When everyone heard this, the atmosphere suddenly became a little stiff. Wang Ilang's expression was especially ugly. As the well-built scholar approached, he saw that Wang Ilang was also present. Immediately, an awkward smile appeared on his face. Before he could say anything, his gaze was immediately attracted by little Yu, and Zueling. Really outstanding beauties, really outstanding beauties. There is absolutely no woman in the sacred city who can compare to them. The well-built scholar looked at little Yu, and Zueling, blankly, and muttered to himself. He didn't realize that Lin Zijuan's expression had already become very ugly. "May I know how to address you two ladies? I am Lin Shan, the son of Haidukyu. Don't be fooled by this Wang Ilang. He and my sister have been engaged since young and can't marry anyone else. Marry me." Lin Shan stared at the two women lecherously and instantly sold out Wang Ilang, one of the four great disciples of the academy. Little Yu, Ai's face suddenly turned cold. "Young master, please conduct yourself with dignity." She could guess what Wang Ilang was thinking. After all, he didn't say anything frivolous. Now he directly asked the two of them to marry him? What a fool's dream! What dignity! I, Lin Shan, have always dared to love and hate. Everyone in the sacred city knows that every woman who follows me, I give them status. Now I have 16 wives. If the two of you marry me, you will be the 17th and 18th wives. Lin Shan smiled. As he spoke, he took a step forward and reached out to hold little Yu's hand. "Young master." Little Yu looked at Ning Qi with a pleading look in her eyes. "As you wish. Don't kill him." Ning Qi smiled. The corner of little Yu's mouth slightly rose. Before everyone could react to Ning Qi's words, little Yu suddenly stepped forward and slapped Lin Shan's face. Lin Shan's whole body rolled a few times on the spot and then fell heavily to the ground. Half of his face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Big brother. Lin Zijuan's face showed a touch of shock. She glanced at little Yu, and then quickly squatted down to check on Lin Shan's injury. Hiss, this lady is actually a wanderer. Lin Shan's body has been strong since he was young. I didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a slap from this lady. You dare to attack an academy disciple in the Heavenly Book Academy. You are really reckless. Quickly go and invite the teacher. What a disgrace, what a disgrace. Some people were shocked by little Yu, his means, but more people were angry that little Yu hit Lin Shan. Since when did someone dare to hit a Heavenly Book Academy disciple? If this spread out, wouldn't the entire Heavenly Book Academy be shamed? What if others followed suit? No, they must be severely punished. This was the thought of most of the Heavenly Book Academy disciples after seeing little Yu's attack. I am fine. Hiss, it hurts. Lin Shan finally came back to his senses and suddenly grimaced in pain. A servant dares to hit an academy disciple? Lin Zijuan saw that Lin Shan was not seriously injured and only suffered some superficial injuries. She immediately stood up and looked at Ning Qi coldly. Men and women should not touch each other. Your big brother has crossed the line. Ning Qi smiled. There is a hierarchy. Even if my big brother has crossed the line, he is not someone that a servant can hit. Lin Zijuan snorted coldly and then looked at Wang Yilong. Senior brother Wang, how do you think this matter should be handled? How to handle it? Wang Yilong was stunned, seeing countless eyes staring at him. After a few breaths, Wang Yilong suddenly came up with a plan. He coughed and said to Ning Qi, you taught the servant incorrectly and caused the academy disciple to be injured. This crime will at least put you in prison for a month. Someone has already gone to invite the teacher to come and uphold justice. At that time, I will report the cause and effect of this matter to the teacher. As for these two girls, I think they are women and should not know anything. For the time being, let them go. Chapter 4202. Senior Brother Wang, do you really have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Lin Zijuan looked at Wang Yilong mockingly. Wang Yilong said righteously, it's not that I have tender feelings for the fairer sex, but it's the law. No matter what, I want the two of you to be my wives 17th and 18th. Lin Shan covered his face and stood up. He wasn't angry at little Yu, because of the slap. Instead, he was even happier. He had never met such a woman, and it made him go crazy with joy. Young master, this world doesn't live up to its name. It's a dignified world, but these ants not only don't have any cultivation, but even their intelligence is so low. Little Yu sighed softly and said to Ning Qi, I'm afraid the destiny of this world is on that Mr. Kong. Ning Qi smiled. From the beginning to the end, he had been observing a certain direction. He was now certain that the other party had indeed stolen the entire great world and turned everyone into his nutrients. The feeling that the other party gave Ning Qi was unprecedentedly powerful. Great Divine King Tian Du and Great Divine King Fong Yen combined might not even be half of that Mr. Kong. Wang Yilong and the rest listened to the conversation between the two, and their expressions became a little strange. They finally felt that Ning Qi's attention didn't seem to be on them from the beginning to the end. This feeling of being ignored was extremely infuriating. What cultivation? Martial arts cultivation? Haha, how can the martial arts in the world compare to the brush in the hands of a scholar? Lin Zijuan sneered. A martial artist who only knows how to use force. A scholar has thousands of ways to kill him. That's right. Wang Yilong nodded slightly, and his gaze fell on Ning Qi. Who do you think you are? How dare you mention the saint in your words? With an order from the saint, countless countries will be destroyed. Is that something you can mention? The Academy's #1 sword is here. He actually came out of seclusion today. Could it be that he had a breakthrough in Wendao? Whispers suddenly came from the surroundings. When Wang Yilong and the rest heard the words Academy's #1 sword, their expressions changed and they subconsciously looked in the direction that everyone was looking at. There, a slightly lonely figure was slowly walking towards them. Senior Brother Go is not only one of the 4 chief disciples of the Academy, but he is also recognized as the best swordsman in the world in terms of martial arts cultivation. He started learning swordsmanship at the age of 3 and was invincible in the sacred city at the age of 7. At the age of 16, he traveled the world and killed more than 300 bandits. He is respected as the sword sage. The few of you are finished. Senior Brother Go is extremely protective of the Academy. You dare to hit people in the Academy. Today, you will die under Senior Brother Go's sword. If you want to live, you can beg for mercy now. Someone gloated at Ning Qi and the others. Wang Yilong looked at the figure, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Many female disciples in the Academy looked at the figure with longing. As the figure got closer and closer, some of the female disciples even blushed. The best sword in the Academy? Ning Qi smiled. There were traces of genuine qi on the person. He could see that if this person did not live in the heavenly book grand world, he would have already set foot on the path of cultivation in any other world. Lin Zijuan glanced at Ning Qi and sneered. Go Feifei, a disciple of the Go family in the sacred city and the #1 person in both literature and martial arts. Even he once said in public that martial arts is just a small path. Cultivating martial arts is just to verify the literary path in one's heart. At this time, Go Feifei had already arrived in front of the crowd. The crowd hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Senior Brother Go. Greetings, Senior Brother Go. Wang Yilong reluctantly cupped his fists and said with a fake smile, Junior Brother Go, have you come out of seclusion? Yes, I just came out of seclusion and I heard that someone used the martial arts path to hurt people in the Academy. Go Feifei nodded lightly. His eyes wandered between Little Yu, and Zuoling. His eyes were clear and bright, but he had no other thoughts. Brother Feifei, it is actually a misunderstanding. You can just take this person away. These 2 ladies are my future wives. Lin Fan hurriedly stepped forward and reminded. He was afraid that Go Feifei would unsheath his sword and kill the 3 people in front of him. If that happened, wouldn't his efforts be in vain? Go Feifei ignored Lin Fan and said indifferently, Who used force in the Academy just now? It was me. Little Yu smiled. The martial arts path is just a small path. However, the Academy gathers all the talents in the world. These talents can rule a country, quell floods, quell droughts, and create the world. Go Feifei looked at Little Yu indifferently. Well said. The crowd cheered loudly. Go Feifei himself was known as the Sword Saint, a legendary existence. He personally said that martial arts path was just a small path, which was very convincing. Otherwise, if it was another scholar, he would inevitably be questioned. I don't see such talents. What I see is a lecher. Little Yu smiled. They might become a disciple today, but in the future, they will be able to use their talents to benefit the world. You don't understand this. Go Feifei shook his head. Just tell me what you want to do. Little Yu smiled. Answer a question of mine, and it will decide if I will unsheath my sword. Go Feifei said indifferently. What question? Ning Qi interrupted curiously. Do you think that with your status you are qualified to use force in the Academy? Go Feifei said indifferently. Little Yu suddenly threw a punch, and a terrifying force instantly bombarded Go Feifei, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Then time seemed to slow down. In the eyes of the crowd, his body first flew up, then spun a few rounds in the air, and finally landed heavily on the ground. Go Feifei was like a broken doll. All the bones in his body pierced through his flesh, and blood flowed all over the ground. Even the filth in his stomach flowed out, and the air was instantly filled with a stench. The treasured sword at his waist had already fallen far away, and the body of the sword was unsheathed. However, its owner was already dead. His eyes were wide open, staring at the sky, and there seemed to be a trace of shock and doubt in the depths of his eyes. If we are not qualified, who else is? Little Yu looked at Go Feifei's corpse indifferently and said. The entire place was silent. The crowd seemed to be unable to accept that Go Feifei, who was known as the Sword Saint, was actually killed by a punch without even unsheathing his sword. Especially those female disciples of the academy. They saw that the handsome Go Feifei, whom they had admired for many years, was now in such a miserable state, and they found it hard to accept it. One by one they fell to the ground, and tears flowed silently from their eyes. You. Lin Shan pointed at little Yu, with a horrified expression. This time he was really afraid. Wang Ilong was the first to react, and he subconsciously took a few steps back. He looked at Ning Qi and the other two as though he was looking at a devil that had walked out of hell. Chapter 42:03. Sister Yu, leaving his corpse here will pollute the spiritual qi in the air. Why don't we melt it? Zueling, glanced at Go Feifei's corpse and frowned. All right. Little Yu, smiled and nodded. With a flick of her finger, a fireball landed on Go Feifei's corpse. In an instant, the fireball turned into a raging inferno and rose several feet high. With a sizzling sound, Go Feifei's corpse turned into ashes. Gulp. Wang Ilong swallowed his saliva. Lin Zijuan and the rest were stunned as well. If Go Feifei was killed by little Yu with a single punch, they could still imagine the reason behind it. But now that they saw little Yu's method of making fire out of thin air, it was equivalent to overthrowing the values that they had cultivated since they were young. There were no gods in this world. The words that the sages told them were the core of their worldview. But now they were witnessing this scene with their own eyes. It was like countless hammers were crazily hammering the core of their worldview. It was as if they could hear a roar in their hearts. Their worldview seemed to have collapsed. No, impossible. Are you people or ghosts? Lin Fan looked at Ning Qi and the other two in fear as he retreated step by step. Please forgive me if I have offended you earlier. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now. Wang Ilong suddenly cupped his fists and left quickly. His speed was even faster than a normal person's running speed. Little Yu did not stop Wang Ilong from leaving. But when she saw that Lin Fan was also about to leave with a shocked expression, she suddenly smiled and said, Young Master Lin Fan, you don't want your 17th and 18th madam anymore. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lin Fan's body stiffened slightly. Beneath the fear in his eyes, there was a trace of unusual shrewdness. Now that he was stopped by little Yu, he did not dare to move anymore. The opponent's methods were beyond his imagination. It was not someone that he who had the nickname of unreasonable person could deal with. Now he could only wait for the news to spread and for the guards of the Heavenly Academy to come to his rescue. Only then would he not end up like Go Feifei. Who are you people? Lin Zijuan suddenly stepped forward and blocked Lin Fan. She stared at little Yu. Young master, who should we be? Little Yu, asked Ning Qi with a smile. Today, you can say that an unwelcome guest has arrived. Ning Qi smiled. Evil guest, did you hear me? Little Yu looked at Lin Zijuan before sweeping her gaze over to Lin Shan. With a smile that was not a smile, she said, This fellow seems to be very carefree and has a big mouth. However, his thoughts are very meticulous. Do you think that just because you appear to be very careless, others won't bother with you on many matters? At the same time, you can also plot against others? Miss, what did you say? Lin Fan stammered. I don't care who you are. My big brother has always been like this. I don't know how many people he has offended. Just now, he didn't know that you two ladies are not ordinary people. If he has offended you, please don't kill him. Lin Zijuan hesitated for a moment. In the end, for the sake of Lin Shan's life, she reluctantly gave in. Your big brother isn't usually like this. Ningqi smiled and suddenly stretched out his hand. In the next moment, everyone watched in horror as Lin Shan's soul was pulled out from his body. A ghost? A ghost? Why did we see a ghost? Are there really immortals and gods in this world? Their worldview had completely collapsed. Countless disciples of the academy gathered here and looked at this scene in shock. When their worldview collapsed, many of them did not notice that there was a strange phenomenon occurring in their bodies. Traces of spiritual energy were produced from their danci. Those who did not believe in ghosts and gods could not use divine power. Since ancient times, cultivators had been able to cultivate because they believed that they could walk the path of immortality on this path. Stop! What are you going to do to my big brother? Lin Zijuan looked at Ningqi with a terrified expression. She looked extremely anxious. Lin Shan's soul was at a loss for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. Brother, why did you take my soul out? To let everyone see what you have done, I can only ask your soul to leave your body for a while. Ningqi smiled. After Lin Shan heard these words, his eyes suddenly flashed with horror. Before he could speak, Ningqi had waved his hand again. Then, everyone saw Lin Shan's soul turn into a black mist and disperse. The black mist instantly condensed into one scene after another. Gradually, Lin Zijuan's expression changed. Her face became extremely pale, and her eyes were full of disbelief. Everyone saw these scenes one after another. Lin Shan's performance was completely different from his usual performance in front of everyone. He was vicious and cunning. For a woman, he could use a series of schemes to harm his whole family. In the end, because of his identity in the Heavenly Academy and his temperament, no one would suspect him, and he could get what he wanted and return with the beauty. In this way, Lin Shan did one evil thing after another. The scholars of the Heavenly Book Academy were seething with anger. They never thought that Lin Shan would have such a side to him. They didn't want to believe the scene in front of them, but reason told them that Lin Shan's changing expression in those scenes could not be fake. Enough! A loud shout rang out from a distance. Teacher is here. A scholar's face showed a look of surprise. Lin Zijuan hurriedly ran over. Teacher, please save my brother. Ningqi smiled and gently waved his hand. Lin Shan's soul returned to his body. He already knew what had happened, and his expression became incomparably gloomy. Feeling the disdainful gazes from all around him, Lin Shan's heart was filled with hatred. He glared at Ningqi like a tiger that was about to devour him. It's really true. Look at his expression now. It's not the same as before. I really didn't expect this person to be a beast in human skin. There was a burst of whispers around. At the same time, many scholars looked at Ningqi with very unnatural eyes. They were secretly afraid of this means of stripping in front of everyone without the slightest privacy. The old man who was respectfully addressed as teacher walked slowly in front of Ningqi. He did not look at Lin Zijuan and the others, but cupped his fists at Ningqi and said, Great divine King Beixian, Mr. Kong Lu has already died in your hands. Why are you still so aggressive? Do you really think that the Heavenly Book world can't compete with you? There was a trace of doubt on everyone's face. They did not understand what the teacher was saying, but they suddenly gasped when they heard the news that Mr. Kong Lu had died in Ningqi's hands. The other party actually killed a teacher from the Heavenly Book Academy? Chapter 4204. The status of the Heavenly Academy's teacher in the world was higher than that of the human emperors. This was because all emperors had studied in the Heavenly Academy and received teachings from the teacher. Killing a teacher? Such a thing had never happened in the world. Even the emperors who controlled the life and death of thousands of living beings did not dare to have such thoughts, because as long as they did something disrespectful to the teacher, they would be attacked by everyone. Who is this person? He actually killed the teacher from the Heavenly Academy? His methods are like the legendary immortals. It's no wonder he has such courage. However, do immortals really exist in this world? In the teacher's teachings, he always told us not to speak of strange powers and gods. Could he be wrong? From the moment that Mr. Kong Lu, Great Divine King Tiandu, and Great Divine King Fengyan came to the divine Civ world together, it was destined that there would be no reconciliation between us. Ning Qi smiled. If that's the case, why don't both sides use their strongest methods to determine a winner? The Heavenly Book world has always been low-key and has never participated in any war of the heavens. This time Mr. Kong Lu was wrong, but he also got what he deserved. This matter can't be forgotten? The teacher said in a deep voice. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Don't tell me that Mister doesn't understand this principle? Or do you think that I'm like the stupid living beings in the Heavenly Book world and will be enlightened by you? After a pause, Ning Qi glanced at the surrounding academy students and sighed softly. These living beings are like puppets. They were deceived and deceived by you. Then they used the words that they learned from you to deceive the world. As a result, you are the only cultivator in the world. Great Divine King Fengyan and the others paled in comparison to your methods. Originally, they were born in this world and could experience a colorful life. They didn't have to worry about the short lifespan of a few decades. For example, I think he seems to have figured something out. Spiritual energy has appeared in his body. With his aptitude, if there are no accidents, it is normal for him to become a great emperor in the future. Ning Qi pointed at a random student from the Heavenly Academy and said sarcastically, but with his current strength, an ordinary strong man can defeat him and kill him. The scholar who was called out by Ning Qi was dumbfounded. Then he suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. He cupped his fists at Ning Qi and said, Sir, you mean that I can also cultivate and have the same methods as you do? I can also become an immortal and a saint. And I don't need to care about the decades of lifespan? Lu Yen, you dare to question Mr. LVN, have all the books you've read gone to waste? Z does not speak of strange powers and chaotic spirits. Mr. said that there are no immortals and gods in this world. So there are no immortals and gods. Everything that happened just now was definitely just a lowly trick. A series of reprimands rang out. Due to the change in their thinking, many scholars who had already produced spiritual qi in their bodies gradually lost their spiritual qi after hearing these words. In the end, their gazes were firm as they stood on the teacher's side. As for the student called Lu Yen, he walked step by step towards Ning Qi and suddenly knelt on the ground. Disciple Lu Yen begs Master to teach me the path to immortality. Lu Yen is crazy. Mister, quickly expel Lu Yen from the academy. He's already possessed by the devil. A series of angry gazes fell on Lu Yen. However, Lu Yen was unmoved. From the moment he knelt down, Lu Yen had already sensed that a special change had occurred in his body. He had a deep suspicion towards the world he had lived in for many years. Lin Zijuan stared blankly at this scene. Lin Fan stared at Ning Qi with a gloomy expression. Get up. Since you're the first person in the Heavenly Book Great World to worship me as a master, there will be a place for you in the Heavenly Book Great World in the future. Ning Qi smiled faintly. A hint of surprise appeared on Lu Yan's face as he slowly stood up. At this moment, the teacher's eyeballs suddenly turned white, leaving only the whites of his eyes. When everyone saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. How did Mr. become like this? Great Heavenly Book, Great Godly King, what tricks do you have? Ning Qi smiled. Why must you be so overbearing? Mr. No. The Great Heavenly Book, Great Godly King, slowly walked in front of Ning Qi, his voice as cold and ruthless as a machine. In this world, from the beginning to the end, you're the only great godly king, right? What Mr. Kong 6, Mr. Kong 7, they're just one of your incarnations. Ning Qi smiled faintly and said, Don't be in a hurry to deny it. You don't even allow an ordinary cultivator to appear in this world. How can you share the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and provide for others to become godly kings? After a pause, Ning Chi sighed softly. You're the only cultivator in this world. Don't you feel lonely? Lonely? What is loneliness? I've known since the beginning of the world that what we're asking for is nothing more than a way to survive. As long as we can finally find this way to survive, the little loneliness in the process will seem ordinary. The great heavenly book, great godly king, said faintly. At this moment, the sky suddenly began to drizzle. Ning Chi stretched out his palm as raindrops fell on Ning Chi's palm. You know that you're no match for me. So you plan to self-destruct the heavenly book great world and use the countless living beings in this great world to seek a chance of survival for you? Self-destruct the heavenly book great world? Although the crowd did not understand what Ning Chi was saying, the scholars who could study in the Heavenly Academy were definitely not stupid. Geniuses like Lin Fan and Lin Zijuan had long noticed that there was something wrong with the teacher in front of them. The teacher was definitely not a normal person. If that was the case, why did he tell the world that there were no immortals and gods in this world? The teacher was lying. In that case, the person standing opposite the teacher was telling the truth. After many people thought of this, their eyes suddenly revealed a look of pain. The worldview that had been passed down for countless generations had completely collapsed. This kind of pain was not something that ordinary people could bear. Many scholars had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Their eyes were wide open as they fell to the ground and died with a look of unwillingness. Can you stop me? The great godly king of Heavenly Book looked at Ning Chi indifferently. Why not? Ning Chi smiled and gently sprinkled the accumulated rainwater on his palm. The difference between you and me is too big. The rain suddenly disappeared. The dark clouds in the sky instantly dispersed. The sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on the crowd. You better go back to the source. Ning Chi smiled faintly at the Heavenly Book, great godly king. The Heavenly Book, great godly king's cold and emotionless face finally revealed a look of horror. The next moment, in front of countless people, he turned into a golden book. Ning Chi gently waved his hand, and a piece of white paper flew out from his sleeve and entered the book. The golden book slowly fell in front of Ning Chi. There were two big words written on it. Heavenly Book, Chapter 4205. Mr. has turned into a book. So, Mr. is not a human? Countless scholars in the Heavenly Book Academy stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Their expressions changed several times. Some died suddenly because of this, while others obtained some opportunities and spiritual energy grew in their bodies. Ning Chi took the Heavenly Book and slowly flipped it open. Images kept flashing in his eyes. This Heavenly Book had indeed existed in the world for a long time. The great divine king of Heavenly Book did not lie. It had already appeared at the beginning of the world. The Heavenly Book recorded all kinds of secrets of the world. It even recorded the cultivation techniques of the divine kings from other worlds. Each page contained a tremendous amount of information. If an ordinary cultivator were to accept even one page of information, their body would explode and they would die. Young master, what does this Heavenly Book record? Little you are asked curiously. It records some of the things that happened at the beginning of the world. Ning Chi smiled and closed the Heavenly Book. With a thought, he put the Heavenly Book into his spatial bag. This Heavenly Book was still a little strange. Ning Chi did not choose to put it in his consciousness to avoid some unnecessary changes. Seeing that little you seemed a little disappointed, Ning Chi smiled. You won't be able to read it. Only when you reach the God King realm can you read the heavenly tone without suffering any injuries. Otherwise, even if you are a hierarch, just a single glance will damage your origin. Divine King realm. Little you looked forward to it. However, she frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Young master, it's a little difficult for us to advance to the ultimate God realm. I don't know how long it will take to advance to the divine king realm. If it was in the past, it might be difficult for you to advance to the ultimate God and divine king realm. Even I can't use too much external help. However, with this heavenly book, I have another idea. The corner of Ning Chi's mouth slightly raised. Another idea. Little you. Answilling. Er's eyes flashed with surprise. They knew Ning Chi very well. If Ning Chi said he had a way, there must be a way. Ultimate God and divine king? LV Yen carefully pondered these words. In his opinion, these words might have a great relationship with him in the future. They should belong to the name of a certain realm in the path of cultivation. At this moment, Lin Shan suddenly pointed at Ning Chi and said sternly, "You harmed Master. The saints will definitely come to this world to avenge Master." Yes, they still had sages. Many of the scholars with dim eyes suddenly woke up, and their eyes lit up. "Saint, it just turned into a book, didn't you see?" Ning Chi laughed. "What? That's clearly just Mr." Lin Fan was stunned. "Sir? Regardless of whether it is the saint you speak of or the teacher who taught you to read, they are all that book. As for why it is like this, even if I explain it to you, you will not understand." Ning Chi smiled. Then he looked at LV Yen and reached out his hand to lightly touch the center of LV Yan's brows. "I will pass on to you the cultivation method. Now that the world is full of spiritual energy, you can use it to break through realms and see a new world." LV Yan's body shook. In almost an instant, he understood the various realms of cultivation. But it was precisely because of this that he realized how terrifying the master he had acknowledged was. Divine King was practically the end of the path of cultivation. In addition to receiving a large amount of memories, LV Yan's body was also undergoing some kind of change. The spiritual energy in his body quickly reached the peak of the first step. With almost no bottlenecks, his cultivation entered the second step. Young Master has become a second step cultivator with just 1 point. The spiritual energy in this world is indeed abnormally abundant. Zhuoling sighed. Little Yu smiled and said, "His aptitude is not weak either." "Thank you, Master." LV Yen suddenly knelt on the ground with an excited expression. He knew that his current realm was called the Worldly Immortal. It was just the beginning of the second step. There were still countless realms waiting for him. However, so what if he was a worldly immortal? He could already feel that he had countless divine powers. In the future, you will cultivate well in the heavenly book world. The spiritual energy here is enough for you to step into the divine king realm, as long as you have the perseverance and perseverance. Ning Chi smiled. "Master is leaving?" LV Yen was slightly startled. If Ning Chi left, who would clean up this mess? What happened in the Heavenly Book Institute had probably alarmed the Emperor. "This is not my world, so I naturally won't stay here for long. In the future, when I have time, I will come to see you." "Well, many people are rushing here. You can deal with them. Don't be afraid." Ning Chi smiled faintly and then disappeared in front of everyone with little Yu and Zwilling. LV Yen stood rooted to the ground. Lin Shan saw that Ning Chi and the others had not killed him from the beginning to the end, and now that they had left, his face suddenly showed a look of ecstasy. "LV Yen, you are really bold. How dare you worship the thief who killed Mr. as your master?" Lin Shan suddenly shouted angrily. He said to the crowd, "Brothers, quickly take down LV Yen. I believe that someone will rush to the Heavenly Book Institute soon, lest LV Yen take advantage of the chaos to escape." At this time, Wang Yilong, who had already slipped away, appeared again. He pointed to Lin Shan and said, "Lin Shan, you have done so many despicable things before, and now you still dare to speak?" Lin Shan was slightly startled, and then his face darkened. He found that the eyes of everyone looking at him were indeed full of contempt. Even Lin Zijuan, who was next to him, had a strange look in her eyes. Don't be fooled by that thief. He just used a camouflage technique. In this world, there can be no soul, and no one will have such means to capture a soul. Lin Shan said loudly. After a pause, he looked at Lin Zijuan and said, You don't even believe your brother? Lin Zijuan's expression changed slightly, thinking of the consequences that would eventually result if Lin Shan's reputation was really ruined. There was a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Then she gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, I also believe that my brother is not that kind of person. All of this is a camouflage technique. Now that they have escaped, LV Yen, as his disciple, should bear the responsibility. Many people's eyes showed a trace of desire. When Lin Shan saw this, a grin flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he once again showed that careless appearance and temperament. Just now, Master enlightened me and gave me some means. Brother Lin, why don't I use them on you? LV Yen smiled and said, What did you say? You want to use those means on me? Lin Shan smiled and said, LV Yen, don't forget, in the Heavenly Book Institute, you are just at the bottom, not to mention that you have just become a disciple. What means can you have? It's just some immortal means that were once unimaginable in your eyes. The corners of LV Yan's mouth rose slightly, and white sword chi formed by spiritual chi suddenly rose from behind him. The murderous aura instantly enveloped the entire Heavenly Book Institute. Chapter 4206. What is this? Lin Shan's face showed a touch of shock as he stared blankly at the dozens of sword chi in the air. The aura of each sword chi was extremely terrifying, although these sword chi had not yet settled and were still far away from the crowd. However, everyone felt pain on their skin. There was a faint prickling sensation. He has just become a disciple. How could he have such supernatural power? Lin Zijuan's eyes flashed with a touch of horror. She vaguely felt that this world was really going to change. Who is causing trouble in the Heavenly Book Academy? A loud shout came. Everyone only felt the ground tremble slightly, and then saw a group of cavalry rushing in, led by a very powerful general. Lin Zijuan recognized that the other party was her second uncle. Second uncle, you came at the right time. Quickly kill this demon. This Lu Yen has already transformed into a demon. Even Mr. was swallowed by the demon just now. Lin Shan hurriedly shouted. Mr. was swallowed by the demon? Was there really a demon in this world? The leading general and his cavalry looked at the dozens of white sword chi in the air, and their faces gradually showed shock. What the hell is going on? The general was shocked and did not dare to act rashly. At this time, Lin Shan wanted to urge his second uncle to take action. Only then could he find a chance to leave the Heavenly Book Academy. As long as he did not meet Lu Yen, it did not matter where he hid. If he could not leave here today, Lin Shan dared to guarantee that he would die in the hands of Lu Yen. Second uncle, Lin Shan shouted. But before he could finish a sentence, his voice was abruptly cut off. A white sword chi fell from the sky, and with a swoosh, it pierced the top of Lin Shan's head. The terrifying sword chi even left a very deep mark on the ground. The vitality in Lin Shan's eyes was gradually dissipating. Although he seemed to be no different from an ordinary person at this moment, his internal organs had long been crushed by this sword chi. If the great divine lord of the Heavenly Book Academy took action, there was still the ability to save him, but at this moment there was no other cultivator in the Heavenly Book world except for Lu Yen. Lin Shan was already destined to die. Big brother! Lin Zijuan exclaimed. The great general also reacted in an instant. When he saw Lin Shan's corpse kneeling on the ground and blood flowing out from the top of his head, he was instantly enraged. How dare you? Everyone, follow me to slay the demons. Under the leadership of the great general, the terrifying cavalry charged towards LV Yen with an indomitable will. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding scholars hurriedly retreated to ensure that they were in a safe position. Only then did they turn to look at the scene. Although the cavalrymen were shocked by L.V. Yan's methods, they had lived their entire lives under the belief that there were no immortals or gods in this world. For a short period of time, they could still carry out the great general's orders perfectly, so they did not fear L.V. Yan. Only slaughter can wake you all up. L.V. Yan sighed softly. How could the means of a human immortal be imagined by these ants? With just a thought, the sword chi in the sky could be controlled by him as if he was controlling his own arm, happily weaving through the cavalry. As long as they were within 30 feet of L.V. Yan, they would basically die on the spot due to the sword chi piercing through their foreheads. In just a short moment, with L.V. Yan as the center, countless corpses were lying on the ground in a radius of 10 meters. In the end, the 100 cavalrymen that the great general had brought with him couldn't even last 15 minutes against L.V. Yan. The great general's eyes were dull. He turned his neck like a machine and slowly looked at the corpses on the ground. Are you a human or a ghost? The great general's voice became very hoarse. I am an immortal. L.V. Yan calmly retracted his sword chi. He did not attack the great general and directly stepped into the sky and left. It was enough to have 100 cavalrymen die. Everything that happened in the Heavenly Academy today would definitely spread throughout the world like a plague. By then they will know that Mr. and the Sage are just a lie. Shenluo Great World. Fong Lingming and Li Xian were a little surprised. Ning Qi brought little Yu, and Li Xian out to see the world. Why did he come back so soon? I thought of a way to let you all become divine kings in a short period of time. Ning Qi smiled and said, Become divine kings in a short period of time. Wang Shui's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as she looked at Fong Lingming and Li Xian. They couldn't believe it. They had not even reached the hierarch realm yet. How could they become divine kings in a short period of time? However, this method can only succeed through a small experiment. Ning Qi smiled and said, Fong Lingming and the others secretly understood. It seemed that Ning Qi returned to the Shenluo Great World early to test this method. Not long later, Wukong and Bull Demon King stood in front of Ning Qi. Li Macho and the others also came after hearing the news. Mom, what is Dad doing? Ning Rulai stood next to Fong Lingming curiously with a bald head. Your dad has a method, and he wants to test it on them. Fong Lingming smiled and said. Ning Rulai's eyes moved slightly, and he became even more curious. Great divine King Beixian, use whatever you have on me. Bull Demon King looked at Ning Qi excitedly. Wukong's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at the Bull Demon King, but did not speak in the end. Are you sure? Ning Qi smiled and said, I'm sure. Bull Demon King was excited. If the experiment is successful, I can become a divine king. I've long been frustrated with my current cultivation. If the other great worlds dare to find trouble with me after I become a divine king, I'll punch them. Okay. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The heavenly book appeared in front of him, and a page flew out. When it was about to land in front of Bull Demon King, Ning Qi pointed in the air. The page returned to its source, leaving only the purest knowledge and power. If you merge with this page, there's a high chance that you will become a divine king. Of course, there's also a high chance that you'll be possessed. Ning Qi smiled. Bull Demon King was stunned. Before he could stop it, he was hit by the essence chi that returned to its source. Bull Demon King stood on the spot, his aura fluctuating. The power in the heavenly book was too powerful. With his strength, he shouldn't be able to withstand it and might explode. At this moment, Bull Demon King's body was in danger of exploding. There were bumps on his body. Seeing this, Ning Qi suddenly had a thought, and the Buddhist bead between his eyebrows suddenly appeared. A ray of golden light fell on the Bull Demon King. Bull Demon King, who was bathed in the golden light, didn't look as pathetic as before. The bumps on his body disappeared, and his cultivation was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone at the scene was astounded. Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. If he knew this, he would have come earlier. Chapter 42:07. They could already see that the Bull Demon King did not rely on his own strength to become a divine king, but completely relied on external forces. The source of this external force came from Ning Qi himself. They had not seen each other for only a few days. How did Ning Qi have the strength to create a divine king? This kind of method was probably beyond the scope of a great divine king, right? The Bull Demon King's aura finally broke through the final bottleneck. In an instant, the power in the heavenly book was completely absorbed by him, and the countless contents recorded in the heavenly book were instantly turned into the Bull Demon King's memory. The Bull Demon King's body slowly expanded and finally turned into a giant bull several meters tall. His eyes were reddish gold, and there seemed to be ripples flowing inside. His life form had undergone 2 huge changes in a short period of time. After a dozen breaths, the Bull Demon King returned to his original form. He stood there silently for a few breaths until Ning Qi spoke. "How do you feel?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Unprecedentedly good." The Bull Demon King clasped his hands and bowed to Ning Qi. "Many thanks to the North Profound Divine King for your kindness. You are now a divine king, and in a short period of time, you still need to familiarize yourself with the power in your body. Go into seclusion." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Yes." The Bull Demon King nodded slowly. Before he left, he glanced at Wukong, and a smug look flashed in his eyes. "Master." Wukong looked at Ning Qi with eager eyes. The Bull Demon King, who was originally weaker than him, actually made him unable to raise his fighting spirit after seeing the power emitted by him. How could this be? "Don't be anxious." Ning Qi smiled and gently waved his hand. Another page of the heavenly book flew in front of Wukong and was scattered into the purest power and entered Wukong's body. Seeing this, everyone silently looked at the thickness of the heavenly book and then secretly counted the number of people in their hearts. They finally came to a conclusion. If each person had a page, the core members could all advance to the Divine King realm. The corner of Li Macho's mouth rose slightly. If there was a shortcut to climb to the peak of cultivation, it was naturally an extremely good thing. Like the Bull Demon King, Wukong's aura reached the Divine King realm not long after. It was unknown if his aptitude and comprehension were higher than the Bull Demon King, but the aura on his body was more than a level when he had just become a Divine King. It had even reached a level similar to that of the Heavenly Star God King trio. Heavenly Star God King, and the rest stared at the scene in front of them in a daze. They could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. If this continued, wouldn't there be hundreds of divine kings in the Shenluo Great World? I'm afraid that the golden age of the gods will appear once again. The Sea King revealed a trace of a smile in his eyes, as well as a trace of anticipation. With more than 100 divine kings, Shenluo Great World's strength would leap into the top of the myriad heavens and realms. Chapter 42:08. 1 second to remember wonderful pop-up window free reading. Fangyan Great World, 12 God King's Palace. After Devil Fiend Divine King received Ning Qi's notice, he gathered the remaining divine kings here and waited quietly. Devil Fiend Deity King, what does that person want us to wait for? It seems like they are arranging for some godly monarchs to reside in our Fangyan Great World. The Devil Fiend Deity King asked in confusion. Some god kings? Could it be that all the god kings in the celestial capital world had rebelled? However, even if they rebelled, they could have stayed in the heaven capital Great World. Why did they have to come to the Fangyan Great World? Since he couldn't figure it out, Devil Fiend Divine King didn't think about it anymore. He just had to listen to Ning Qi's instructions. That was the simplest way. They didn't have to wait too long. Suddenly, the devil-fiend deity king had a thought. He exchanged glances with the other deity kings before hurriedly walking out of the 12 deity kings' palace. In the distance, figures tore through the air and arrived. What shocked the devil-fiend divine king and the rest was that they all sensed the aura of a divine king from these figures. 1, 2, 3, 19? 19 god kings. Devil-fiend deity king was dumbfounded. Before he could think further, the newcomers had already landed on the ground. Lu, Emperor Lu? The devil-fiend god king looked at the god king in the lead, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of his eye sockets. How could he be a god king? It was impossible for him to be a god king. When he met Emperor Lu some time ago, Emperor Lu's cultivation level was only a great emperor and not even an ultimate god. Devil-fiend deity king, how have you been? The corners of Lu Huang's mouth rose slightly. These are all godly kings. They look unfamiliar. They're not from the celestial capital Great World, much less the heavenly book Great World. Where are they from? Could it be that he conquered another great world in such a short period of time? The other native godly monarchs of the Fangyan Great World were shocked. You are a god king? In the end, the devil-fiend deity king could not hold back the doubts in his heart and asked, "Isn't it?" Lu Huang smiled. "It is indeed the aura of a god king, but weren't you just a great emperor not long ago? Could it be divine Lord Beixian?" Devil-fiend deity king's eyes gradually became dull. A terrifying conjecture rose in his heart. But was there really such a method in this world? He had lived for so many years and had never heard of any great divine king possessing the strength to create a divine king. Although the devil-fiend deity king's memory was not very good, after the first impression, he still recognized a few familiar faces beside Emperor Lu. He recognized Niu Dazhuang. The disciple of the grand divine king Beixian also exuded the aura of a divine king. Although he was not as strong as him, and divine king was still a divine king. This could not be faked. He also recognized Guzi. Previously, he was just a great emperor like Emperor Lu, but now the aura of a god king was even close to that of the devil-fiend god king. When the god kings behind the devil-fiend god king heard this, their faces were filled with shock. This unfamiliar god king was only a great emperor back then? When? Was that when the devil-fiend deity king stepped into the divine Civ world? How much time had passed in between? You can't imagine what the divine king of Beixian is capable of. Emperor Lu said with a smile. That is, the devil-fiend deity king muttered to himself. Then he suddenly reacted and squeezed out a smile. Emperor Lu is here today for... There are too many divine kings in the divine Civ world now. The divine king of Beixian ordered us to enter the Fangyan Great World. I wonder if the devil-fiend deity king welcomes us? Emperor Lu said with a smile. Welcome. Of course we welcome you. The devil-fiend deity king said immediately. He actually already knew why Emperor Lu and the others were here. He just wanted to confirm it personally. After getting the answer, the devil-fiend deity king was even more shocked. This indirectly proved that there might still be a group of divine kings in the divine Civ world. Oh yes, the celestial capital world, the devil-fiend deity king suddenly said. Someone has already gone there. Emperor Lu smiled faintly. Celestial capital world. Li Macho stood in front of the divine kings of the celestial capital world. Behind her stood a group of divine kings. Did you understand what I said just now? Divine King Niugue and the others swallowed their saliva and nodded. Understood. It's good that you understand. Heavenly book, great world. Brother Tianzi, if you really want to know that secret, I'm afraid only the heavenly book can answer it. However, the heavenly book has a strange temperament. If he doesn't want to answer, you can't force him. Otherwise, we may not be able to leave this world. I understand. Two figures came to the heavenly book great world, one after another. They moved and appeared in front of the Heavenly Academy. One of them was an old man with a long beard that almost touched the ground. He held a walking stick in his hand and looked like a local god. The other person was slightly younger, middle-aged. He wore a plain white robe and his black hair casually scattered on his shoulders. Something's wrong, Brother Tianzi. The Heavenly Book's aura seems to have disappeared. The old man's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the middle-aged man in the plain, white robe with uncertainty. Maybe he left to visit a friend? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Brother Tianzi, you may not know much about the Heavenly Book, great godly king. He has extraordinary skills. Even if he left this world, he didn't need to move personally. The old man's expression gradually became solemn. Now that there's no aura here, there are only two possibilities. Either the Heavenly Book, great godly king, encountered a strong enemy and went all out to kill the enemy, or the Heavenly Book, great godly king, has been killed. There seems to be no cultivators in this world. The middle-aged man suddenly said, "There are no cultivators. The great divine king of Tianshu does not allow any cultivators to exist in this place. In this way, he can enjoy the spiritual energy of the entire world. Moreover, he is different from us. His lifespan has been very long since ancient times. There is no need for living beings to absorb them after they die. There's no need for living beings to absorb their vitality." The old man shook his head slightly. Perhaps it was to slap him in the face. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man's and his expressions changed. In the next moment, the two figures appeared in the innermost part of the Heavenly Book Academy. "You are." Lu Yen seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw two figures suddenly appearing in front of him. He was a little shocked. If the Heavenly Book, great godly king, is still alive, it's impossible for half a cultivator to appear in this world. The old man's expression was a little solemn. When the middle-aged man heard this, he looked Lu Yan up and down. Seeing that Lu Yan's aura was weak, he was just an ant who had just stepped into the second step. A trace of contempt suddenly flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "What happened here some time ago? Where's the Heavenly Book, great godly king?" The Heavenly Book, great godly king you mentioned, is the saint who deceived thousands of living beings in the world, right? Lu Yan said faintly, "He has been killed by my master." "Killed by your master?" The old man's expression suddenly changed. The middle-aged man was also stunned. He did not expect Lu Yan to say this. If his master could kill the Heavenly Book, great godly king, then what kind of existence was he? Chapter 4209. Little brother, who is your master? The old man looked at LV Yan with a serious expression. He did not dare to underestimate LV Yan's cultivation anymore. The middle-aged man closed his mouth and waited for LV Yan's answer. "Who is master?" Lu Yan was slightly taken aback. He didn't seem to know much about his master. The moment he hesitated, the old man and the middle-aged man realized that something was amiss. "You don't even know who your master is?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He looked at the old man. "Brother Shou, why don't we restrain this kid first, leave this realm, and interrogate him?" "All right." The old man nodded slightly. Then the walking stick in his hand suddenly turned into a withered branch and wrapped around LV Yan. "Go." The two of them jumped lightly about a foot high and then landed on the ground. Lu Yan's expression was a little strange. These two people seemed to be similar to his master. Their methods were indeed stronger than his. The crutches turned into dried branches, trapping him and making him unable to move. But why did he have to jump on the spot when he was leaving? Most importantly, after jumping, everyone was still in the same place. There were no other changes. "Brother Shou? Brother Tianzi?" The two of them looked at each other. This shouldn't be the case. With the abilities of the two of them, even if they were unable to leave the Heavenly Book Great World with that leap just now, They shouldn't have jumped only a foot or so high, right? The two of them instinctively jumped again. He still jumped up about a foot high before landing heavily on the ground. At this time, even Lu Yen noticed that something was wrong. Their expressions changed slightly, and they suddenly looked in the same direction. There was a figure sitting in the originally empty place. The two of them felt their hearts skip a beat. The other party had come so silently. What kind of method was this? Master. When Lu Yen saw Ning Qi, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Immediately after, he discovered that the withered branches that trapped him were cracking inch by inch, and then turned into powder that scattered on the ground. The old man's expression changed slightly, and he immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. He cupped his fists at Ning Qi and said, "I am Shou Ruchuan. May I know who you are?" The middle-aged man looked at Ning Qi warily. However, his heart was like a raging sea. The other party was actually able to silently suppress them, making it impossible for them to leave this place. What kind of method was this? Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. Ning Beixian? How come I've never heard of this name? Shou Ruchuan and the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with doubt, but Ning Qi's methods had already been ranked in their hearts. The other party was definitely not a simple great divine king. Oh, it's the great divine King Beixian. This is Brother Tianze. I've come to consult the great divine King Tian Shu about some matters. In the end, I wonder what happened here. Is there some misunderstanding? Shou Ruchuan said awkwardly. The Tian Shu great godly king wanted to interfere in my affairs, so I've already sent him off. Are the two of you good friends of the Tian Shu great godly king? Ning Qi laughed. No. The two of them answered in unison. There was almost no hesitation. They didn't look like friends. Since that's not the case, why did you bring my disciple away? Ning Qi asked curiously. It's mainly because the great godly King Tian Shu suddenly disappeared. We don't know what happened, so we want to bring you away to ask you about it. Otherwise, we're afraid that if we stay here for too long, we'll end up like the great godly King Tian Shu. Great godly King Beixian, please understand that we don't have the slightest intention to harm you. We just want to ask you some questions. Shou Ruchuan said. Tianze nodded, slightly in agreement. If you had shown any killing intent, you would have been dead the moment you jumped. Can you jump a second time? Ning Qi laughed. Shou Ruchuan and Tianze heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that, but there was a hint of fear in their eyes. They were already dead when they jumped? Was the other party really that powerful? Killing them was as easy as flipping one's hand? They were great divine kings after all. Fortunately, they didn't have any killing intent towards that kid just now. The two of them began to feel lucky. So Master had already arrived at that time. Master's divine powers are indeed much stronger than the two of us. LV Yen was secretly impressed. May I know which world you're from? What do you want to ask the great, godly King Tian Shu? I happen to have seen its true form, and after flipping through it, I also know everything it knows. Ning Qi laughed. Shou Ruchuan was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. He'd seen the real body of the great, godly King Tian Shu. Could the legend be true? Tianze's expression changed, and he asked subconsciously, Rumor has it that there's a giant city in this world. As long as you enter that giant city, you'll be able to find a way out, I wonder. Oh, I've been to that giant city. It does exist. Where did you hear about it? Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Although Tianze was interrupted by Ning Qi, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Had the other party really been to that legendary giant city? I found some clues from some ancient books. Your Excellency has been to that giant city. I wonder, is the rumor true? Tianze looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Rumors can be both true and false. I did go to that giant city, but I escaped again. Ning Qi grinned. Escaped? Escaped? Shou Ruchuan and Tianze's expressions changed slightly. The other party's means were so strong, but he still used the word escaped. Could it be that there was a divine master in that giant city? But is there a divine master? Tianze stammered. There is no divine master, but there is a netherworld spider mother. It has eaten many divine masters and divine kings. Ningqi said, thump. Tianze's legs suddenly gave way, and he fell to the ground. Brother Tianze, what are you doing? Shou Ruchuan wondered why Tianze had such a big reaction. What was the netherworld spider mother? You know about the netherworld spider mother? Ningqi looked at Tianze indifferently. No, I don't know. Tianze forced a smile. If you don't know, you can go and die. Ningqi smiled. Great divine King Beixian, what is this? Shou Ruchuan looked at Ningqi. He couldn't react. Why did the atmosphere suddenly become so tense? I don't know when you can go and die. Tianze's eyes widened. You asked me a question, and I answered you. But when I asked you a question, you hid it. You're not a good person. I can kill you, and then go to the great world you live in to find the answer. Ningqi smiled. I say. Tianze gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. No, you don't have to say it. Ningqi smiled. Tianze raised his head and looked at Ningqi in astonishment. Then his body began to change continuously. In the end, he disappeared in front of everyone. Shou Ruchuan gasped. When Ningqi's eyes fell on him, Shou Ruchuan quickly said, Ask me what you want to know. I will tell you everything I know. Chapter 42:10. He did not take the opportunity to escape, because he knew that with Ningqi's means, even if he left now, the other party could easily catch him back. He did not want to follow in Tianze's footsteps. Found you. Ningqi suddenly chuckled. In the heavenly swamp great world, there was a canyon that was known as a holy land by the cultivators of this realm. Legend had it that the cultivation path of the heavenly swamp great world began here. Therefore, there would be different sects guarding the Saint Valley for many years. Not an ordinary sect could stand in the Saint Valley. Only the sect that was known as the top sect of the generation could occupy the territory of the Saint Valley and make it their sect. Over the years, countless sects had changed in the Saint Valley. Some sects had declined. Some were even exterminated, but the only thing that remained unchanged was the Saint Valley. Look carefully. This mural has accompanied the Saint Valley for many years. No matter what kind of war it has experienced, it has never been destroyed. But so far, no one can find any aura related to cultivation from this mural. This is an ordinary mural. But why can't anyone destroy it? Because it is protected by the saint. A middle-aged man with a group of young cultivators stood in front of a mural in the Saint Valley and pointed. Similar scenes were happening all over the place. Although the Saint Valley was guarded by the top sect of the generation, the Saint Valley was a place where all the cultivators in the world had to come to pay their respects. No matter which era, which sect would not completely seal off the Saint Valley. An area would be left as a public place, and anyone could come to pay their respects to the saint ruins. Master, if this mural really has no traces of cultivation, why can't it be destroyed? I don't quite believe it. A boy raised his head and said, Don't believe it? You can try. His master said with a chuckle. When the boy heard that, a look of fear flashed in his eyes. This is the Saint Valley, it's not good. Ha ha ha. There is no rule against attacking in the Saint Valley. If you want to just try, no one will blame you. Then, I'll try. As soon as the voice fell, the boy saw that the rest had already taken the lead. Countless attacks fell wildly on the seemingly ordinary mural. Chapter 42:11. Master, these murals really can't be destroyed. However, even with master strength, can't you destroy these murals? If that's the case, won't you be invincible if you use it to forge a numinous treasure? The boy finally agreed with his master's words after experimenting a few times. At the same time, several ideas emerged in his mind. If he could carve off some stone strips from the murals and make them into a sword. Wouldn't that sword be invincible? Since it can't be destroyed, how can we refine it into a spirit pendulum? Don't think that you're the only smart person in this world. What you've thought of has already been tried by others. The boy's master sighed and said to the disciple behind him, "These murals were left behind by an ancient sage. The person holding the sword on the murals must be that sage. After so many years of being battered by wind and rain, the murals have not been damaged at all. Even a small grain of sand can't be moved by the strongest person in the world." Wow! The group of boys was shocked. They could not help but look forward to the ancient sage who left behind these murals. "Master, someone is planning to cut the murals down." The boy suddenly turned around and said, "Who's so imaginative?" The boy's master smiled and looked around before locking his eyes on a figure. Not only him, but almost everyone present also looked at Ning Chi. Ning Chi stood in midair and gestured with his hands, as if he was calculating the angle to cut off the murals. "Don't worry about it. This kind of person often appears. He'll leave in a while." The boy's master smiled. As soon as he said that, everyone saw Ning Chi gently wave his hand. Then the entire murals were cut off from the mountain and floated in midair. Then Ning Chi gently tapped again, and the murals disappeared with a whoosh. A square-shaped hole appeared on the mountain. As for the murals left behind by the ancient sages, they had already disappeared. The sounds in the Valley of the Sages disappeared in an instant, leaving only the chirping of birds and the chirping of insects. Countless gazes fell on Ning Chi at the same time. "And master, the murals are gone." The boy stammered. "I saw it. I'm not blind." The boy's master swallowed his saliva and said. He looked at Ning Chi with shock in his eyes. What kind of method was this? The Saint Valley had existed for so many years, yet no one had been able to leave a single mark on the Saint murals. Yet it had been completely cut off and taken away by the other party? This senior, this is a mural of a saint. How could you? Someone stuttered. He did not dare to be disrespectful in his tone. But in the face of the sage murals being taken away, he could only choose to speak out. This was a mythological relic that had existed in Saint Valley for many years. However, most people chose to remain silent. Were they stupid? Of course not. The fact that the other party was able to take away the murals of the sages so easily showed just how powerful his means were. He was unprecedentedly powerful. Even the #1 expert in the world would not be able to do that. "I can leave an identical one for you. There's no difference anyway." Ning Chi smiled and gently waved his hand. Everyone saw the mountain wall return to its original state. It was exactly as Ning Chi had said. There was no difference at all. In the next moment, Ning Chi and Shou Ruchuan left this place. Only after Ning Chi had disappeared for more than 10 breaths of time did everyone gradually regain their senses. "Master, are these murals still saint murals?" The boy had a strange expression on his face. "I think so." The boy's master moved his mind, and a flying sword soared into the sky, directly piercing the saint murals. Bang! As soon as the flying sword touched the saint murals, it directly turned into scrap metal and fell from midair. The boy's master spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the saint murals in horror. How is this possible? How did the saint murals become even more terrifying than before? He had tested it with a flying sword in the past, and only said that it could not destroy the murals. As long as he controlled his strength well, the flying sword would not be damaged. However, just now he had clearly used more careful strength, but the flying sword still turned into scrap metal. The only explanation was that the saint murals were even more terrifying than before. Many people also tested it upon seeing this and finally came to the same conclusion. The saint murals were indeed more terrifying than before. I'm afraid that person just now has already taken away the real saint murals and left behind a fake one. It's just that the fake murals are even more terrifying than the real ones. Could it be that it's a saint? Everyone was shocked. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed a black dove flying in from the sky and instantly appeared in the sky above everyone. This person was the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect, who was currently guarding St. Valley and was regarded as the world's #1 expert. Greetings, sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. The people below immediately cupped their hands and bowed. Not long after, countless figures broke through the sky and stood behind the sect master. They were all elders of the Heavenly Sword sect. Any one of them would be an illustrious figure in the current world. Sect master, I just saw with my own eyes that someone cut off the saint murals with his bare hands and then said that he can leave us an identical one. Please make a decision, sect master. A figure broke through the sky and came before the sect master, cupping his fists and whispering. In that case, this saint murals are no longer the original one. The sect master muttered to himself. Sect master, I think it's just a smokescreen. St. Valley has been passed down for many years, and no one can even damage a single part of the murals. Who can cut off the entire one? An elder of the Heavenly Sword sect stepped forward and cupped his fists. I saw it with my own eyes. It's definitely not an illusion. Sect master, the saint murals are no longer the same as before. You'll know once you give it a try. The Heavenly Sword sect cultivator was unhappy that the elder doubted his words and suggested to the sect master. All right, let's give it a try. The Heavenly Sword sect master looked at the murals with a solemn expression and slowly raised his hand. A sword flew out of his fingertip and attacked the murals with a terrifying aura. As expected of the world's #1 expert, just the pressure of this sword is enough to make us unable to move. If this saint murals are fake, this sword will be enough to shatter them. Bang! The Heavenly Sword sect master's sword struck the murals and immediately turned into scrap metal, falling to the ground. A faint blush appeared on the Heavenly Sword sect master's face, and a trace of blood slowly slid down the corner of his mouth. Everyone stared at this scene, dumbfounded. They gradually came to the conclusion that the person who had taken away the murals and left them behind had a cultivation that far surpassed the Heavenly Sword sect master. That person might really be a living saint. He wasn't a cold, dead saint like the ones on the murals. Chapter 42:12. The great world that Shoruchuin was in was called the Spring Life Great World. There were many spirit beasts and strange trees in this great world. Other than Shoruchuin, the great godly king, the rest of the godly kings were basically the same. At this moment, the god kings all stood in the distance as they watched on carefully. Their great godly lord was currently like a servant, busily serving this great godly lord of unknown origins. Who is that? He has been looking at the mural. Could it be that there is something special about it? Silence. Even the great divine king is so respectful, we cannot offend this person. Shoruchuin, have you really never seen it in your memories? Ning Chi pointed at the netherworld spider mother on the mural. No. May I ask if this is the netherworld spider mother that you spoke of? Shoruchuin shook his head and asked cautiously. If there are no accidents, this is it. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Is the netherworld spider mother really that strong? Isn't divine master the final step for us cultivators? Shoruchuin muttered to himself. Even god kings have differences in strength, let alone god masters. Although I'm not sure if this netherworld spider mother is stronger than a god master, it's still a god master. But I can be sure that the number of divine masters that died in its mouth is not small, and the number of great divine kings and ordinary divine kings is probably innumerable. Ning Chi said. He did not hide it from the others, so the other god kings heard his conversation with Shoruchuin. All of them were shocked. If it weren't for Shoruchuin's cautious attitude towards Ning Chi, they would have scoffed at Ning Chi's words. Who in this world could kill a divine master? The myriad heavens and myriad worlds had been fighting for so many years, yet no new divine master had been born. One could imagine how difficult it was to take the 9th step. Everyone believed that the ninth step was the limit, the end of the path of cultivation. Sir, if this netherworld spider mother is so strong, why hasn't she appeared after so many years of fighting? Shou-Ruchuan asked with a strange expression. Show yourself? She can only stay in that giant city. If you really want to see it, I can lead the way. However, once you enter the giant city, your life will be in her hands. Ningqi laughed. Shou-Ruchuan's face immediately revealed an embarrassed expression. No, I haven't lived long enough. I don't want to die so soon. There was an element of innuendo in his words. Ningqi glanced at him and said with a smile, Don't worry, you will answer my questions. As long as you don't play any tricks behind my back, you won't end up like Tianzi. Thank you. Shou-Ruchuan heaved a sigh of relief. What kind of sword do you think it is? Ningqi suddenly stood up and walked to the front of the mural. He looked at the simple and crude sword in the mural that could intimidate the Netherworld Spider Queen. Everything was born with a nemesis. Perhaps this sword would be the nemesis of the Netherworld Spider Queen? If that was the case, then Ningqi would have the opportunity to explore the giant city. That giant city must be the final hidden location of all the worlds in the universe. This sword, Shou-Ruchuan looked at it seriously for a dozen breaths, then shook his head slightly. I can't recognize it. This mural is too simple. With your knowledge, do you know which divine swords are more famous in this world? Ningqi asked. Divine swords, Shou-Ruchuan thought carefully. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. I remember. I heard that a long time ago there was a great world called the Great World of Gods. At that time, the Great World of Gods was extremely powerful. There are hundreds of godly kings, and there were even godly masters. But after one night, at this point, Shou-Ruchuan smiled awkwardly. It's just a rumor. Don't take it seriously after you hear it. Continue. Ningqi nodded slightly. Later on, I heard that in a single night the entire Great World of Gods was refined into a sword called the Godslayer sword. At that time, someone went to the Great World of Gods and discovered this. An ordinary, godly king obtained the Zhuge sword. In the end, he relied on the Zhuge sword to kill dozens of godly kings and left. Shou-Ruchuan said, What happened after that? Did the Zhuge sword appear again? Ningqi smiled faintly. It never appeared. Shou-Ruchuan said, If the Great World of Gods had been refined, then who would know that they had been refined by someone else? This doesn't make sense. Ningqi said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Yes, so it's just a rumor. If you think about it carefully, you'll find that there are many mistakes in this rumor, and it can't be justified. Shou-Ruchuan said. Ningqi nodded slightly. He looked through the entire heavenly book, but there were no records of the Great World of Gods. Clearly, even the heavenly book was not interested in such rumors. Just as Ningqi continued to study the murals, a hole was suddenly torn in the horizon. Immediately after, a warship slowly flew out from that hole, heading towards them. Ningqi's eyes moved slightly, and he turned to look. Why are they here? Shou-Ruchuan revealed a look of astonishment. Who are they? Ningqi smiled faintly. The Nine Saints' Great World. Shou-Ruchuan's eyes gradually revealed a trace of solemnity. One of the strongest great worlds in this world. After a pause, Shou-Ruchuan muttered to himself doubtfully, What are the people of the Nine Saints' Great World doing in my spring, life, great world? I've never had any dealings with them before. Aren't you worried that they're here to conquer your spring, life, great world? Ningqi smiled. Hearing that, Shou-Ruchuan immediately smiled. My spring, life, great world has long been conquered by them. That was a long time ago. It's just that I lost to a guy who was a vassal of the Nine Saints' Great World, so I've never had direct contact with the Nine Saints' Great World. The warship arrived in an instant. A young man in black armor slowly walked to the front of the warship and looked at Shou-Ruchuan below. A decree from the Nine Saints' Great World. A decree? Seeing that, Shou subconsciously knelt down. Then he glanced at Ning Qi and blinked. The other god kings also knelt down. In an instant, Ning Qi, who was still standing, became like a crane among chickens. The young man in black armor was about to issue the decree he had brought, but when he saw that Ning Qi actually did not kneel after hearing the decree, he frowned slightly. "Who are you? Why are you not kneeling after seeing the decree?" "I'm not a god king of the Spring Life Great World, and I have nothing to do with the Nine Saints' Great World. There's no need to kneel, right?" Ning Qi smiled. "How dare you? No matter where you're from, since you've seen the decree from the Nine Saints' Great World, you must kneel and listen. Otherwise, you'll be guilty of great disrespect. Kill and exterminate your entire clan," the young man in black armor shouted sternly. Chapter 40, 213. Shou Ruchuan lowered his head and said nothing. He had seen Ning Qi's methods before, but he had also seen how powerful the Nine Saints' Great World was. Lord Nine Saints was also a top-notch existence among the great godly kings. If he was really angry, he could destroy a great world with a single punch. Thus, not making a sound or expressing his stance was the best choice at this moment. The godly kings under Shou Ruchuan had the same idea. They looked down at the ground and said nothing. The young man in black armor looked down at Ning Qi coldly. This was the first time he had seen someone not kneel in front of the Nine Saints' Great World's edict. He was very likely from one of the great worlds that were on par with the Nine Saints' Great World. But, so what? Exterminate my clan? How arrogant. Ning Qi smiled and returned to his seat. Suddenly, he pressed down with his hand. "Since you want to talk to me, don't stand so high. My neck isn't very good. I can't raise my head for so long." A terrifying force field surged out from the void. In an instant, it pressed down on the battleship. The young man in black armor had to raise his head slightly to see Ning Qi. "You." The young man in black armor didn't expect Ning Qi to make a move. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. At this moment, another voice came from the battleship. "Little Black, didn't you say you would leave after notifying me? Why are you staying in this world for so long?" "I still have to go to the great celestial saint world." The young man in black armor hurriedly turned around and cupped his hands. "Little princess, I met someone who doesn't follow the rules. He didn't kneel to accept the edict of the Nine Saints. There's such a bold person in this world. Where is he? Let me see." A figure appeared on the deck with a whoosh. It was a woman. She didn't look very old, but she emitted the aura of a godly king. When Shou Ruchuan and the others saw this woman, they seemed to have guessed her origin. They all gasped, and a hint of shock flashed in the depths of their eyes. Why is she on this battleship too? Behind the woman was a gloomy old woman. After she came out, the old woman also walked out and looked at Ning Qi calmly. "Little Black, who are you talking about?" "Oh, I know. So many people are kneeling, but you're not kneeling. Instead, you're sitting. Aren't you afraid of my father?" The woman's gaze immediately fell on Ning Qi, and a hint of curiosity appeared in her eyes. "Who is your father?" Ning Qi smiled faintly. "My father is my father." The woman frowned slightly. This woman is a divine monarch, but does she really have the temperament of a young girl who has not experienced the affairs of the world? A strange look flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He could tell that she wasn't putting on an act. She was really that innocent. Even Ning Qi was rather surprised to see a god king with such a personality. When the black-armored young man saw Ning Qi talking to the woman so casually, he became even angrier and shouted, "You have to kneel when talking to the little princess!" "Since you like kneeling so much, then go ahead and kneel." Ning Qi chuckled. Boom! The terrifying force field immediately acted on the black-armored young man. His cultivation had only just reached God King, but he was actually unable to resist this power. With a plop, he knelt towards Ning Qi. "How dare you? The old woman standing behind the so-called little princess shouted softly and waved her hand. An even more domineering force surged out from the void. The domineering force suddenly fell on the black-armored young man. It was originally intended to remove the force that restrained the black-armored young man. However, for some reason, the domineering force directly bombarded the black-armored young man's body. Puff! The black-armored young man spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His divine monarch aura was even a little unstable, as if it would fall back to the ultimate god realm at any time. The black-armored young man's face showed a touch of horror as he looked at the old woman. Granny Wu? Why did she suddenly attack him? It was too scary. His cultivation had almost regressed back to the ultimate god realm. He had cultivated for countless years to become a god king. If he were to fall back to the ultimate god realm, he would rather die. Granny Wu's face showed a touch of shock, but it only lasted for a short moment. She immediately said to the little princess, "Little princess, you go back first." Granny Wu. The little princess showed a trace of doubt on her face. However, when she saw the expression on Granny Wu's face becoming more and more solemn, she turned back to the cabin in surprise. "May I know how to address you?" Granny Wu looked at Ning Qi with a slightly solemn tone. The other party had clearly borrowed her strength to attack her. She did not know what method he had used to remove the shackles on the black-armored young man, but he had used it to attack the black-armored young man. This method was really a little too strange. Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Ning Beixian? I don't seem to have heard of this name. It doesn't make sense. A trace of doubt flashed in Granny Wu's eyes. There were very few grand god kings in the myriad heavens and realms who could match her methods. The other party's methods were obviously stronger than hers. Such an expert would definitely have a name in the myriad heavens and realms. However, not only had she not seen Ning Qi, but she had also never heard of this name. Things seemed to have become a little strange. Granny Wu could not help but wonder if such a strange existence would appear in the spring longevity great world on purpose to wait for them. Thinking of this, Granny Wu's eyes became even more solemn. Right now, she only wanted to leave the spring longevity great world with the little princess. However, before knowing the other party's intentions, she did not dare to act rashly. Just who is this person? Why is even Granny Wu so afraid of him? The black-armored young man's face became even paler, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. "Sir, I am a servant of the little princess of the 9 Saints' great world. I am responsible for her safety. May I know if I and the little princess have offended you?" Granny Wu cupped her fists and said, "No." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "If that's the case, why did you deliberately wait for the little princess here?" Granny Wu frowned slightly. "Wait for the little princess here." Ning Qi smiled. "Who said I was waiting for her?" Then, "I came to the Spring Longevity Great World as a guest today, but you clearly came here halfway and interrupted my conversation with the Spring Longevity Great God King. Now you're the one complaining first?" Ning Qi smiled. "You didn't deliberately wait here? Is it really just a coincidence?" Granny Wu still had some doubts in her heart. She glanced at the black-armored young man. If it wasn't for this person insisting that she kneel, perhaps the subsequent events really wouldn't have happened. Since that's the case, then it should be considered a misunderstanding between us. I wonder if this misunderstanding can be resolved just like this? Granny Wu said in a low voice. "Sure." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Before Granny Wu could heave a sigh of relief in her heart, she heard Ning Qi say, "Just leave this fellow who wants to annihilate me behind." Chapter 42:14. When the black-armored young man heard Ning Qi's words, he immediately felt a chill in his heart and rushed straight to the top of his head. Did the other party intend to keep him here? Did the other party not show any respect to the nine-saint, great, godly king, knowing that he came from the nine saints' world? Did the other party not have any idea how strong the nine saints' world was? Your Excellency, can you change your condition? He is the divine king of our nine saints' world. He cannot be left here easily, Granny Wu said in a low voice. As she spoke, her mind was also spinning rapidly, trying to think of a way to escape unscathed. Shou Ruchuan was secretly shocked. This guy's means are stronger than Granny Wu's? But has he really not heard of how strong the Nine Saints world is? Why does he have to fall out with us? I only have one condition. Are you not going to satisfy me? Ning Qi said with a smile. Your Excellency, although I don't know where you come from, are you sure you really want to be the enemy of the Nine Saints world? This will be a battle to the death, and it will only end when one of the great worlds on both sides is completely destroyed. Granny Wu's tone was already threatening. In that case, all of you can stay. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand. The next moment, Granny Wu actually felt that her aura was also being suppressed and she could not move at all. Hiss! She gasped inwardly, a look of astonishment in her eyes. How was this possible? Had the other party's strength reached the level of the Nine Saint, great godly king? Just as this thought rose up, it was wiped away by Granny Wu. Absolutely impossible. If there really was such a great divine king in the world, it was impossible that there was no news at all. There were so many macro worlds under the Nine Saints world, and their spies were all over the heavens. It was impossible that they did not know of such an existence. In an instant, the warship was pulled in front of Ning Qi. Granny Wu and the black-armored young man flew up from the deck and finally landed in front of Ning Qi. Your Excellency's request. Granny Wu immediately made a decision in her heart. She absolutely could not be suppressed here. Both her and the little princess's lives were very precious. As for the black-armored young man, he was just a new divine king. She could completely give up on him. Just now, she subconsciously showed a trace of pride belonging to the Nine Saints world. It's too late. Ning Qi grinned. On the battleship, the girl that Granny Wu called Little Princess also flew out. Just like Granny Wu, her aura was also sealed. In the next moment, with a bang, the battleship turned into specks of light and gradually disappeared from the world. Granny Wu. The little princess's eyes were filled with shock. Little princess, don't be afraid. Granny Wu immediately comforted him. She then looked at Ning Qi with a sincere look on her face. Sir, he offended you just now. I am willing to kill him personally to make amends for you. The black-armored youth immediately fell into despair. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have formed such enmity with Ning Qi earlier no matter what. Who could have known that such a great godly king was actually hidden in this ordinary spring longevity world? As long as you don't hurt the princess, I'm willing to die as an apology. The black-armored youth gritted his teeth. Since he was going to die, he couldn't die in fear. At the very least, he had to die with some value. This way, after he died, the clan behind him would receive the care of the Nine Saint, great divine king. Why do we have to die? Big brother, we didn't offend you. The little princess was stunned. Then, her gaze suddenly fell on the mural behind Ning Qi, and she said in surprise, "Ah, this mural! You've seen this kind of mural before?" Ning Qi's eyes flickered. I've seen it before in the great immortal saint world. The little princess nodded. There's also a similar mural there, but it's much more exquisite. Great immortal saint world. A hint of a smile appeared in Ning Qi's eyes. He looked at Granny Wu. I can forget about your previous offense, but you have to bring me to see this similar mural. A hint of astonishment appeared in Granny Wu's eyes. A mural could resolve this misunderstanding? Was there something special about this mural? However, before she could think about it, Granny Wu immediately agreed. Sure. The great immortal saint world was no weaker than the Nine Saint great world. If they went there, as long as they secretly sent a message to the great immortal saint, godly king. There would be no need to worry about the little princess's safety. Thinking of this, Granny Wu heaved a sigh of relief. All right. I can finally send this unwelcome guest away. Shou Ruchuin was overjoyed. You can come along as well. Ning Qi smiled at Shou Ruchuin. At the same time, he removed the restraints on Granny Wu and the other two. The black-armored young man stood up slowly. He no longer dared to look at Ning Qi disrespectfully. Only fear remained in the depths of his eyes. Me as well? Sir, I don't think I can be of much help. Shou Ruchuin revealed a bitter smile. This time, he had completely offended the Nine-Saint Great World. Now he was going to the great immortal Saint World, which was equally famous as the Nine-Saint Great World. Wouldn't that be announcing to the world that he was Ning Qi's man? Thinking of this, Shou Ruchuin couldn't help but shiver. An ordinary, great, godly king like him really didn't have the courage to break off relations with the Nine-Saint Great World and the great immortal Saint World. You're not willing to go? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Yes, I'm willing to go. Shou Ruchuin immediately said. He still remembered how Tianze died. He definitely wouldn't follow in Tianze's footsteps. The battleship has been destroyed. Do you have a spare? Ning Qi smiled at Granny Wu. Hearing this, Granny Wu waved her hand lightly. A brand new battleship appeared once again. Seeing this, Ning Qi took the lead and stepped onto the battleship. Shou Ruchuin followed, closely behind. Granny Wu, is this big brother going to the great immortal saint world with us? Little princess's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Little princess, it's best if you don't talk to him on the way. Granny Wu's lips didn't move, but her voice rang in little princess's ears. Little princess was a little confused. Just as she wanted to ask, she was stopped by Granny Wu's stern gaze. Then she followed Granny Wu and the black-armored young man onto the battleship. The sky was torn open once again. We respectfully send off the great godly kings. Seeing this, Shou Ruchuin's group of godly kings immediately knelt down and shouted. The battleship slowly sailed into the void crack and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the void crack closed, the godly kings only dared to stand up one after another after a dozen breaths of time. That's too scary. What technique was that just now? Even Granny Wu of the Nine-Saint Great World couldn't resist it. What kind of existence did our great godly king befriend this time? Chapter 42:15. Ning Qi sat quietly on the deck, watching the battleship travel through different heavenly great worlds. Shou Ruchuin was like an old servant standing behind Ning Qi. Not far behind the two, the little princess stood curiously behind Granny Wu, while the black-armored young man stood on the other side, occasionally glancing at Ning Qi from the corner of his eyes. Granny, is he really going to the great immortal saint world with us? The little princess asked softly. Granny Wu glanced at her and gestured for her to keep quiet with her eyes. She only hoped to reach the great immortal saint world safely. Then the little princess's safety would be guaranteed. How much longer? Ning Qi suddenly said faintly. Hearing this, Granny Wu slowly walked to Ning Qi's side, smiling. The great immortal saint world is very far. It should take some time. Roughly? Ning Qi glanced at her, smiling. Roughly, in another 3 to 5 days. Granny Wu calculated the time. Why are you heading to the great immortal saint world this time? Ning Qi smiled. Granny Wu was slightly startled, then remembered that before the black-armored young man's order was sent out, they were imprisoned by Ning Qi. Shou Ruchuin seemed to have thought of this as well. His expression became a little strange. We're going to attend a wedding banquet this time. Granny Wu smiled. The eldest princess has been betrothed to the son of the great immortal saint, godly king. This wedding will be attended by many godly kings from various worlds. If it's just a wedding, there's no need to specially come to the spring longevity great world to send an order. Right? Ning Chi smiled, then glanced at the black-armored young man. The black-armored young man lowered his head. Even though he was still angry, he didn't dare to show it. Yes, apart from this, the Nine-Saint Godly King also plans to gather a group of godly kings to head to the ancient starry sky. Granny Wu said. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with a faint light. He had absorbed all the knowledge in the heavenly book, and he also knew what the great worlds from a long time ago called the cosmic void outside the divine Civ world. Ancient starry sky, that was what they called the universe. Gather godly kings to head to the ancient starry sky? For what? Ning Chi said calmly. Your Excellency, this old woman has no way of knowing the reason. Granny Wu said. That's true. It's normal that you don't know about this decision. Ning Chi smiled. He paused for a moment. Then you should know how many great divine kings you've informed? Granny Wu was a little hesitant, but when she saw the smile in Ning Chi's eyes, she felt an indescribable chill in her heart. After a few breaths of silence, Granny Wu felt that this wasn't a secret and that anyone who was observant would know as long as they investigated. She then said, I've already informed 36 great divine kings, if you include great divine King Chun Shou. Granny Wu said. Shou Ruchuan was secretly surprised. Why was he asked to go to the ancient starry sky? Could it be that he had the same goal as Tianze and wanted to explore that huge city? Time flew by. A few days later, the warship tore through the void. Sire, this is the great immortal saint world. Have you been here before? Grandma Wu heaved a sigh of relief and asked Ning Chi with a smile. There was a hint of probing in his words. Never been here before. Ning Chi smiled, and his gaze fell on the little princess. Little princess, where is the similar mural you mentioned? It's in my elder sister's palace. The little princess was curious. Why are you so interested in this mural? Could it be that there's some secret hidden in it? After saying that, she suddenly stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything else. This was because Granny Wu glared at her again with a warning look. Since that's the case, let's go to your elder sister's palace. Ning Chi smiled. Granny Wu glanced at the black-armored young man without batting an eyelid. He nodded slightly and immediately steered the warship in a certain direction. 2 hours later, the warship slowly sailed into a huge city that stretched as far as the eye could see. Originally, warships weren't allowed to travel in the sky here. However, when someone wanted to stop it, they saw the symbol of the Nine Saints' great world on the warship and immediately gave up on the idea of coming and quietly retreated. Currently, everyone in the great immortal saint world knew that the Nine Saints' great world and the great immortal saint world were about to unite by marriage. At this moment, no one would be stupid enough to offend the Nine Saints' great world. The warship slowly landed in front of a luxurious palace complex. As soon as the warship landed, someone immediately came forward. But the little princess is here. A muscular man with a face full of stubble and black armor cupped his fists and said with a smile. His attire was similar to that of the black-armored young man, but there were some differences. Granny Wu immediately appeared and said, The little princess is here. Hurry and inform the eldest princess. Oh, Granny Wu, you're here too. The muscular man in black armor pretended to be surprised and then said with a fawning smile, The eldest princess is not in the palace right now, but she told me to wait for the little princess here. If the little princess is here, you can directly wait in the palace. The eldest princess will be back soon. Granny Wu nodded and brought the little princess off the warship. Only then did the muscular man in black armor see Ning Chi and Shou Ruchuan. He recognized Shou Ruchuan and was secretly surprised. He didn't understand why Shou Ruchuan would follow them here. However, Ning Chi didn't look familiar. He glanced at the black-armored young man and read something unusual in his eyes. Granny Wu, who is this? The muscular man in black armor calmly stepped forward and looked at Ning Chi. This is the Mystic North Grand Divine King. Granny Wu was silent for a few breaths and said slowly, "He's here to congratulate the eldest princess. Captain Lin, don't worry." Mystic North, Grand Divine King? Captain Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. He didn't seem to have heard of this name. However, since Granny Wu said there was no need to worry, he was relieved. However, he still had a trace of vigilance in his heart. Therefore, Captain Lin said with a smile, "Granny Wu, the eldest princess only said that you and the little princess can enter the palace directly. As for the others—" Granny Wu obviously didn't want Ning Qi to follow them, but she glanced at Ning Qi and then shouted at Captain Lin. The Mystic North Grand Divine King came from afar. "Are you going to let him wait at the door? Once the eldest princess returns, this old one will tell her about this matter. Just lead the way." "This? Yes." Captain Lin was startled, then nodded with a bitter smile and led the way. No one spoke along the way. Captain Lin had already sensed a trace of a strange aura. However, he didn't know what was going on and could only be puzzled. "Little princess, where is the mural you mentioned?" Ning Qi suddenly said, "I'll take you to see it." The little princess seemed to be waiting for Ning Qi to say this. She immediately grabbed Ning Qi's sleeve and ran in a direction. Commander Lin stared at the back of the two with his mouth agape. "Grandma Wu, this is—" Chapter 42:16. Although Granny Wu was also very worried about the little princess's safety, she had observed that the other party only wanted to look at the mural and had no other intentions towards the little princess. "Follow them," Granny Wu said. Pausing for a moment, she glanced at Captain Lin. "Go and bring the eldest princess back." She then glanced at the black-armored young man. Captain Lin nodded slightly and walked out of the palace with the black-armored young man. Granny Wu and Shou Ruchuan followed Ning Qi and the little princess. Outside the palace, Captain Lin's face suddenly darkened. "What's going on?" The black-armored young man told him what happened and said in a low voice, "Captain Lin, what should we do now? Should we send someone to inform the sacred, godly king?" "I didn't expect that, but he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. We should inform the sacred, godly king. But we have to be careful since the little princess is still with him." Captain Lin's face was slightly solemn. "Come with me." The two of them quickly left the palace. At the same time, Ning Qi, who was being dragged away by the little princess, seemed to have noticed something. He looked in the direction the two of them left with a hint of a smile at the corner of his eyes. Granny Wu's heart skipped a beat when she saw that. Did he find out? She suddenly became a little nervous until she realized that Ning Qi didn't seem to be doing anything else. She was relieved. "This is it. The mural is in my sister's bedroom." The little princess dragged Ning Qi to a hall. Not only were there guards outside the hall, but there were also many maids. They all went forward to greet the little princess and Granny Wu when they saw them. Bedroom. Granny Wu had a bad feeling about this. How could the bedroom be entered so casually? Moreover, the princess was going to marry the sacred, godly king's son, so her identity was going to be extraordinary. If other men stepped into the princess' bedroom and the news spread, both the Nine Saints world and the sacred, godly king would lose face and cause many misunderstandings. Among the maids standing at the entrance of the bedroom, half of them were from the sacred, godly king. Granny Wu, this is? A woman dressed differently from the other maids stepped forward and looked at Granny Wu with a slightly puzzled expression. The maidservant's cultivation level was not high as she was only an ultimate god, but Granny Wu did not dare to treat her lightly. Since she was young, she had always followed the person who was about to marry the eldest princess. She was his trusted aide and her status was not small. This is the Grand Divine King Beixian. He wants to see the murals in the palace. Is it possible? Granny Wu said, "In the bedroom?" The woman glanced at Ning Qi, then immediately shook her head and refused. "This is the eldest princess's palace. Men are absolutely not allowed to enter, but the little princess can." Grand Divine King Beixian, what do you think? Granny Wu looked at Ning Qi and suggested, "Why don't we wait for the eldest princess to come back before we make a decision? I'm just going to take a look at the mural. I won't touch anything else. I'll leave after I'm done." Ning Qi laughed. "How dare you? How can a man casually step into the eldest princess's chamber?" The woman glared at Ning Qi. So what if he was the great divine lord? There were many grand divine kings in the great celestial saint world. But which one of them dared to be so arrogant as to step into the chamber of the fiancé of the great celestial saint godly king's only son? Granny Wu originally thought that things would get out of hand and was already prepared to make a move. In the end, "Forget it, I'll wait for a while. The eldest princess will be back soon, right?" Ning Qi smiled at Granny Wu. Granny Wu was slightly surprised, then quickly nodded. "The eldest princess will be back soon. Then I'll wait for her here." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Wait here?" The woman frowned slightly. She wanted to say something, but was warned by Granny Wu's gaze. Something's wrong. Why is Granny Wu so polite to this person? The woman was secretly shocked and stopped talking. According to her understanding, Granny Wu's strength could be ranked at the top among the group of grand divine kings in the great celestial saint world. At the same time, on the other side, Captain Lin brought the black-armored young man and rushed to where the eldest princess was. This was the residence of Lu Qingming, the #1 general under the great celestial saint godly king. Today, the eldest princess and the others were invited by Lu Qingming's son to this place for a small gathering. Princess Ling Yue. After the wedding, the 9 saints' great world and our great celestial saint world will work closely together. We'll live for eternity in the myriad of worlds. I, Lu Heng, propose a toast to you. A young man dressed in green armor raised his wine cup and gestured to a woman sitting opposite him. Around the young man and the woman sat dozens of people of similar age. Each of these people had extraordinary backgrounds. When they joined forces, it would be a terrifying force. Princess Ling Yue smiled and raised her cup as well. At this moment, a servant ran to Lu Heng's side and whispered a few words. Lu Heng was slightly stunned, then said, "Let them in." After a pause, Lu Heng looked at Princess Ling Yue. "I heard from the servants that Captain Lin came looking for you. Has the little princess already arrived?" "Little sister should have arrived, but there's no harm in letting her wait." Princess Ling Yue smiled. A dozen breaths later, Captain Lin and the young man in black armor arrived before everyone. Princess Ling Yue frowned slightly and glanced at the young man in black armor. "Little Black, what are you doing here instead of staying with little sister?" Vaguely, Lu Heng and the others seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. Their eyes narrowed slightly. The young man in black armor immediately came to Princess Ling Yue's side and lowered his voice to explain the situation. Princess Ling Yue's frown deepened. Then she stood up and said to everyone, "Everyone, I'll be returning to the palace first. Let's meet again next time." "Princess Ling Yue, is there trouble? Let's go together." Lu Heng stood up and said. The young man in black armor's words could not be hidden from everyone present. Moreover, he did not want to hide it from Lu Heng and the others. It would be great if Lu Heng and the others could take the initiative to help. "Yeah, who's so daring to threaten the little princess? Let's go together. Since he came to the great celestial saint world today, it won't be easy for him to leave. Let's go, let's go." Princess Ling Yue nodded slightly. "Thank you, everyone, for coming with us. Eldest princess, should we inform the great celestial saint godly king about this? That person's strength is indeed quite strong." The young man in black armor said in a low voice. Before Princess Ling Yue could speak, Lu Heng chuckled. "There's no need to alarm the great celestial saint godly king about this. We'll just go and take a look. If it really doesn't work, we'll ask my father's #1 expert to help." Princess Ling Yue nodded slightly. She also felt that there was no need to alarm the great celestial, saint, godly king about this. Otherwise, if word got out, wouldn't it be easy for people to misunderstand that the nine saints' world was inferior to the great celestial saint world? There's no time to lose. Let's go. Lu Heng smiled faintly. Chapter 42:17. Ning Qi did not have to wait for long before Princess Lingyue returned with her men. When the leading maid saw this, she immediately walked to Princess Lingyue's side and said, "Eldest princess, this person wants to enter your palace. I wonder if eldest princess knows this person?" There was a trace of enmity in the maid's tone. However, this enmity was not only directed at Ning Qi, but also at the eldest princess. Granny Wu, this is? Princess Ling Yue glanced at Ning Qi before turning to look at Granny Wu. Grandma Wu explained the cause of the matter in a low voice. While listening to Grandma Wu's narration, Shou Ruchuan couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He had been to the great, celestial saint world before. Although he was not particularly strong, he was still respected as a grand divine king. He knew Lu Heng and the others. None of them had a simple background. Lu Heng's father, Lu Qingming, was a famous great divine king in the great immortal saint world. He was extremely powerful. Many years ago, he fought against two great divine kings at the same level as him and killed them. Princess Lingyue's eyes moved slightly after listening to what happened. She waved at the little princess and said, "Little sister, come to me." The little princess came to Princess Lingyue with a smile and said, "Sister, he wants to see the mural. Let him in." "Don't talk nonsense. How can an outsider enter my palace?" Princess Lingyue scolded with a smile. Her eyes inadvertently glanced at the leading maid before landing on Ning Qi. "Grand Divine King Beixian, right? I do have a mural in my palace, but it's very ordinary. There's nothing special about it. I don't think you need to look at it. If you really want to see it, I can get someone to copy it. The copy will lose its charm." Ning Qi smiled. "Didn't you hear what the eldest princess said? She won't allow you to go in. If you continue to pester her, you won't be able to leave the great celestial saint world, no matter if you're a grand divine king or not. It will bring bad luck to the great world behind you. Since when can an ultimate god be so disrespectful to a grand divine king?" Ning Qi smiled. "Miss Qingyin has been with young master since young. Although she's an ultimate god, her status is not ordinary. You should listen to her." Lu Heng smiled. Seeing this, Shou Ruchuan immediately stepped forward and whispered, "Your Excellency, this is the son of great divine king Lu Qingming, Lu Heng." "Great divine King Chen Shou, long time no see." Lu Heng smiled at Shou Ruchuan. Shou Ruchuan forced a smile on his face and nodded as a greeting. "Eldest princess, right? I haven't gone in to look at the murals yet, because I think the little princess is quite cute and likable. I'm giving her face and waiting for your reply. If you don't allow it, then I won't care so much." Ning Qi smiled at Princess Lingyue. The faces of Qingyin, Lu Heng, and the rest darkened. "Grand Divine Lord Beixian?" Lu Heng walked up to Ning Qi and circled around him a few times. A strange look appeared on his face. "I don't think I've heard of this name before. Which world are you from?" "Divine Civ World." Ning Qi laughed. "Then are you afraid that the divine Civ World will be destroyed from today onwards?" Lu Heng smiled. "Are you afraid that the great immortal saint world will turn into ruins after today?" Ning Qi laughed. Lu Heng was speechless. Then a look of shock appeared on his face. The other party dared to say such disgraceful words? Before anyone could react, Ning Qi had already pushed open the door and entered the palace. During this process, Lu Heng and the others suddenly realized that they were being restrained by some kind of power. They couldn't move at all. Apart from Granny Wu, Shou Ruchuan, and the little princess, everyone else could only stand there in a daze. "Eldest princess, please suffer a little," Granny Wu said to Princess Lingyue in a low voice. Then, Seeing the little princess follow Ning Chi into the bedchamber, she hurriedly followed. Granny Wu had seen Ning Chi's methods before, so she didn't dare to remove the restraints on the eldest princess. The restraints didn't have any intention of harming the princess. Removing them might cause more trouble. Princess Lingyue and the others could only watch as Ning Chi and the others entered the palace. Lu Heng and Qin Yun's eyes were filled with shock and anger. The black-armored young man and Captain Lin were also restrained by the aura. Only now did Captain Lin understand the black-armored young man's description. Inside the palace, in front of a huge mural, Ning Chi saw the so-called more exquisite mural that the little princess had mentioned. Just like the previous mural, the design on it was very detailed. Even the beautiful head on the Netherworld Spider Queen's body was lifelike. However, the person holding the sword didn't have a face. Your Excellency, look at the head on the Netherworld Spider Queen. One of its heads has been chopped off, Shou Ruchuan said in surprise. I see it. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. This mural was definitely not baseless. It meant that someone had really chopped off the Netherworld Spider Queen's head with a sword. This also explained why the Netherworld Spider Queen was afraid of this sword. Netherworld Spider Queen? Granny Wu's eyes moved slightly. She pondered for a while. The monster on the mural actually had a history? Thinking of this, she was about to ask, but she saw a golden light emitting from Ning Chi's brow. Then a golden Buddhist bead slowly appeared, emitting a golden light as if it was scanning the mural. Ning Chi was stunned. Granny Wu and the others were also stunned. What is this? The little princess looked at the golden Buddhist bead curiously. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the sword embryo of the Zhuge sword. A voice rang in Ning Chi's ears. The shock on Ning Chi's face deepened. He looked at the Buddhist bead in shock. Could this be the system? The Buddhist bead is the system? The system is the Buddhist bead? He was able to escape from the Netherworld Spider Queen because of the system's silent help? However, the system in the past was illusory. Why would it appear in the form of a Buddhist bead now? Could it be because his cultivation had risen to the Divine King realm? Host, do you want to collect the sword embryo? The system notification sounded again. Collect. Ning Chi said. The golden light emitted from the Buddhist bead suddenly flashed, and in an instant, the mural was turned into ashes. But under the sword in the mural, there really was a sword. No, it could only be said to be a sword embryo. It was pitch black and had many nicks. Its shape was also very different from that of a sword. It looked like a fire stick. There's actually such a thing hidden under the mural? Why hasn't anyone discovered it before? Granny Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. Shou Ruchuan looked at the sword embryo with his mouth agape, and a shocking guess suddenly arose in his mind. Could this be the legendary Zhuge sword that was refined by sacrificing countless divine kings? Chapter 42:18. The sword embryo instantly flew into the Buddha bead. Then the Buddha bead entered Ning Chi's forehead in front of everyone. Granny, was that a sword embryo? A hint of curiosity appeared on the little princess's face. Granny Wu nodded slightly. She wanted to ask, but after thinking about it carefully, she let go of her doubts. The fact that the other party came to the great immortal saint world for the murals showed how important the sword embryo was. If she asked about it, she might get herself into trouble. That's strange. If there's really a sword embryo under the murals, why didn't the great godly king notice it? Could it be that only the Buddha bead could detect the existence of the sword embryo? Many doubts flashed through Granny Wu's mind. If it's really the godly sword, the great immortal saint world won't let him leave so easily. There will be a huge battle. Shou Ruchuan's eyes flashed with anxiety. He didn't want to get involved in the battle. It was best if he could get away before it happened. Outside, A figure suddenly stepped out from the void and appeared in front of Princess Lingyue and the others. Lu Heng's eyes flashed with joy when he saw this. "Father!" The person who came was the #1 general under the great godly king, Lu Qingming. His strength was one of the best among the great godly kings in the universe. The moment he appeared, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Lu Qingming waved his hand lightly, and the aura that imprisoned everyone instantly disappeared without a trace. Everyone quickly went up to greet him. Princess Lingyue was no exception. "Eldest princess, no need to be so polite." Lu Qingming was very polite to Princess Lingyue. Before Lu Heng could speak, Qin Yin took a step forward first and said to Lu Qingming, "General Lu, there's a great divine king of unknown origins that has intruded into the princess' bedroom. I hope General Lu can suppress him and hand him over to young master to deal with. Otherwise, if news of this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid young master would be furious. Don't worry, this place is already surrounded. No matter what kind of existence he is, he won't be able to leave this place." Lu Qingming smiled faintly. At the same time, Ning Qi, Granny Wu, and the others also walked out of the palace. "Thank you for your trouble. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "It's best if you leave," Shou Ruchuan thought. Granny Wu also let out a sigh of relief. "Leave? If you don't make things clear today, I think it's best that you don't leave this place for the time being to avoid any misunderstandings." Lu Qingming fixed his eyes on Ning Qi and said lightly, "A great godly king of unknown origins suddenly came to the great immortal saint world and even barged into the palace of Princess Lingyu, who was about to marry the great immortal saint world. If word of this got out, wouldn't the great immortal saint world become the laughingstock of the universe? On the other hand, he, Lu Qingming, was in charge of guarding this world and was the #1 general under the command of the great godly king. If he didn't give an explanation, then his reputation would similarly suffer humiliation because of this. General Lu? Lu Qingming? Granny Wu and Shou Ruchuan were both startled. Granny Wu immediately stepped forward and said in a low voice, "General Lu, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. I can explain everything. Granny Wu, even though you're a chief elder of the 9 Saints' great world, Princess Lingyue will be married to the young master in the future, so she'll be a member of the celestial saint great world." Someone barged into her bedchamber. Lu Qingming said lightly. Granny Wu's expression slightly changed. She looked at Princess Lingyue and signaled with her eyes. However, Princess Lingyue purposely didn't look at Granny Wu. She was also a little angry and hoped that Lu Qingming could teach this person a lesson. How could he barge into a woman's bedchamber? "Little sister, come here." Princess Lingyue's expression darkened when she saw the little princess still standing beside Ning Qi. Seeing this, the little princess walked to Princess Lingyue's side with a guilty conscience and didn't dare to make a sound. "Father, I think this person has ulterior motives towards Princess Lingyue." Lu Heng cupped his fists. Ulterior motives? Lu Qingming's eyes flashed with coldness. He slowly walked in front of Ning Qi and said indifferently, "Report your name and origin." "Shenluo Great World, Ning Beixian." Ning Qi smiled. "Do you know what will happen to you if you barge into this place?" Lu Qingming said indifferently. "I don't." Ning Qi shook his head slightly. The young man in black armor gloated. Since Lu Qingming had appeared, the great divine king Celestial must know what had happened here. He didn't believe that Ning Qi was an expert of that level. At most, he would be on par with Lu Qingming. Otherwise, how could he not have heard of Shenluo World and the title of Great Divine King Beixian? "You will know soon. Are you coming with me, or do I have to invite you?" Lu Qingming smiled. At this moment, Qin Yin suddenly walked out of the bedchamber with a furious expression. "General Lu, the mural in the bedchamber has been destroyed." "Destroyed the mural?" Lu Qingming frowned, and a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why did he destroy the mural? However, no matter what the other party's motive was, he didn't act impulsively today. He should have been prepared. Thinking of this, Lu Qingming looked at Ningqi and said, "Can you explain why you destroyed the mural in Princess Lingyue's bedchamber?" "Oh, there's a sword embryo under the mural. It might be the sword embryo of deity, sword that I've been looking for." Ningqi smiled. As he spoke, he kept staring at Lu Qingming's reaction. Sure enough, after hearing the 3 words deity sword, Lu Qingming's expression changed a few times. However, he quickly returned to normal, as if he didn't have any reaction to the 3 words deity sword. He knows about deity sword. At least, someone he knows about deity sword. The smile in Ningqi's eyes deepened. If Shou Ruchuan knew about deity sword because he had heard some unofficial history, then Lu Qingming should know more about it. Then, the content that Lu Qingming knew about should be more detailed. After all, the sword embryo of deity sword appeared in the great celestial saint world. There must be some special connection between the great celestial saint world and deity sword. Deity sword? The legendary deity sword that doesn't exist? Lu Qingming sneered. This excuse is too perfunctory. If you don't tell me the truth, I will have to use some tricks. I can see that you know about deity sword. Ningqi smiled. It seems that you don't want to tell me the truth. Then, Lu Qingming knelt down in front of Ningqi. I want to know something related to deity sword. Can you tell me? Ningqi looked down at Lu Qingming and said with a smile, "Father." General Lu? Everyone was shocked. Grandma Wu gasped. She had seen Lu Qingming's strength with her own eyes. Even she wasn't confident that she could withstand 10 moves from him. Such an existence actually knelt down in the blink of an eye. Chapter 42:19. The First Divine Lord. Ningqi pondered for a few breaths and glanced at Lu Qingming. Do you know where the first Divine Lord went? I don't know. Lu Qingming shook his head, his gaze calm. Before I was born, the Divine Lord had already disappeared from this world. There is no way to know where the Divine Lord went, even if. I didn't expect that there would be such an expert in this world. I underestimated the myriad worlds before. Lu Qingming's words were interrupted, but when everyone heard this voice, their faces showed a touch of surprise. An old man slowly walked to Lu Qingming's side. Behind the old man, there was a young man with a cold face, but at this moment his eyes were filled with some anger. When Princess Lingyue and Qingyun saw this young man, they immediately took a few steps closer to him. Lingyue, are you okay? The young man held Princess Lingyue's hand, his face a little worried. I'm fine. Princess Lingyue shook her head slightly. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Ningqi and frowned subconsciously. A great divine lord who can suppress Lu Qingming will not be an easy existence to deal with. But fortunately his father, the celestial sage, great divine lord, has also come here in person. Today, no matter what the origin of the other party is, he can no longer continue to wreak havoc in the celestial sage, great world. Great divine lord. Lu Qingming immediately respectfully said to the old man, Great divine lord. Everyone also hurriedly saluted, although Granny Wu and the others were also great divine lords. But this time, when they called the old man great divine lord, there was a trace of unusual emotion in it. It was respect and also awe. Your Excellency, if you want to know about the Zhu sword, I know better than him. Can you give this old man face? The celestial sage, great divine, lord said with a smile. Of course, I have to give face to the old senior. Ningqi nodded with a smile. Lu Qingming suddenly felt that the aura that imprisoned him disappeared. He immediately stood up from the ground and respectfully stood behind the celestial sage, great divine lord. Old senior, it's your turn. Ningqi smiled. Do you want to know about the first divine lord or the Zhu sword in his hand? The celestial sage, great divine Lord smiled. I want to know both. Chapter 42:20. You have seen him? The sacred celestial great godly king's expression instantly became extremely strange. Everyone cursed in their hearts. If the sacred celestial great godly king wasn't wrong, the divine masters would eventually disappear after seeing the netherworld spider queen. How was it possible that he was able to converse with them unscathed after meeting the nether spider queen? It's not that I don't trust your strength, it's just that. The great divine king, celestial sage, slowly said, even with the might of a divine master, he still disappeared in the end. Could it be that your strength has surpassed that of a divine master? I have my own methods. Not only have I seen him, but I've also seen many dried corpses. These dried corpses either belong to god kings or god masters. Ning Qi smiled. With a thought, invisible ripples spread out in all directions. Everything that was swept by the ripples changed into a different appearance. In an instant, this place turned into the temple where Ning Qi had been imprisoned. Even the netherworld spider queen and countless dried corpses were materialized by Ning Qi. Princess Lingyue and the others were a little flustered. They thought that Ning Qi had brought them to some strange place. They only reacted when they saw that the great godly king, celestial sage, was rather calm. This place should just be an illusion. Is this the netherworld spider mother? What a disgusting appearance. Everyone looked at the netherworld spider queen curiously and in surprise. It really is the netherworld spider mother. The sacred, celestial, great, godly king sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He walked forward and looked around before raising his head in astonishment. This place! I was once imprisoned here by the netherworld spider mother, so I remember what this place looks like. Look at the surrounding dried corpses and see if there are any familiar existences. Even though they have become dried corpses, some of their characteristics still remain. Ning Qi smiled. The saint, celestial, great, godly king's face immediately turned solemn. He carefully examined the appearance of the dried corpses around him. In the end, when his gaze landed on one of the dried corpses, his gaze became extremely interesting. At first he was suspicious, then astonished, then shocked, and finally he gradually calmed down. Ning Qi looked at the dried corpse and said with a faint smile, "You know him? If there are no mishaps." The great, celestial, sage, godly king sighed softly. "He is my father." The crowd was in an uproar. The father of the sacred, celestial, great, godly king? What was going on? "Father, this is grandfather." The young man beside Princess Lingyue was shocked. "Not bad." The great, godly king sage, celestial, nodded slightly. "Before I became a godly king, your grandfather went missing." At this point, he glanced at Ning Qi with a complicated look in his eyes. "I believe that you have never seen my father's appearance. It looks like these scenes are indeed real. You were actually able to escape after seeing the netherworld spider queen. You should know that my father's strength was only a step away from the divine master realm." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Didn't these words indirectly prove that Ning Qi's strength had already surpassed the saint immortal, great, godly king of the previous generation? Ning Qi's gaze flickered. The dried corpse that the great, celestial, sage, godly king pointed out seemed to be fresher than the other dried corpses. In that case, the probability of it being the previous great, celestial, sage, godly king was very high. During this period of time, the 9-saint, great, godly king communicated with me. We planned to gather some great, godly kings to search for the location of the netherworld spider mother and investigate the secrets within. The great celestial, sage, godly king said slowly, "If you had seen the nether spider queen with your own eyes, I wonder what our chances of survival would be." Damn it! Shou Ruchuan's heart skipped a beat. The 9-saint great world was indeed planning to send him to his death. He suddenly felt somewhat fortunate. If not for Ning Chi's appearance, perhaps he would really have been teamed up by the 9-saint, great godly king, and the great celestial sage, godly king, to search for the incomparably terrifying netherworld spider mother with the others. In the end, there was a 99% chance that he would become one of those dried corpses. Chances of survival. There's no chance of survival. Ning Chi smiled. When you get there, don't think that you can still escape. You will all die in your dreams. In other words, in the end, you won't know whether you will live or die, how you will die and how you will live. You won't be able to differentiate any of these things. The great, celestial, sage, godly king frowned slightly. Let's put it this way. I advise you to not have any ideas about this netherworld spider mother. Otherwise, the more you die, the stronger she will become. Ning Chi shook his head. You said that the person who wielded the sword of death was the first divine master of your great celestial sage world. Do you have any proof? Yes. The great celestial sage, godly king, was silent for a few breaths before nodding slightly. Please follow me. A breath later, Ning Chi and the great celestial sage, godly king disappeared. The surrounding illusions also returned to their original state. Granny Wu, who exactly is he? Princess Ling Yue asked with a strange expression. Granny Wu smiled bitterly and shook her head. I don't know either. However, the name Great Divine Luo World sounds rather familiar. I might have heard of it somewhere before. Father, are you guys all right? Where is that guy? Lu Heng flew back unsteadily. When he saw that Ning Chi was nowhere to be seen, a strange expression appeared on his face. Shut up. Lu Qingming snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. This time, he knelt in front of Ning Chi in front of everyone. As the #1 battle general under the great celestial sage godly king, he had lost all his face. Ling Yue, it's better if you don't stay in this palace. The young man in front of Princess Ling Yue said lightly. He paused for a moment. Qing Yin. Young master, this servant is here. Qing Yin immediately stepped forward. Vacate the other palace, the young man said lightly. Yes. Qing Yin nodded slightly, turned around and left. At the same time, Ning Chi and the great celestial sage, godly king, arrived at an ancient building filled with traces of history. There were dozens of stone tablets erected here. The great celestial sage, godly king, merely waved his hand lightly, and portraits continuously appeared on the stone tablets. The portrait on every stone tablet seemed to tell a story. However, there was always a figure in these portraits. This figure was holding a sword in his hand. Regardless of the figure's silhouette or the sword's silhouette, they were similar to the murals. These were left behind by the first divine lord. The great celestial, sage, godly king sighed. Although they are only ordinary murals, their origins are extraordinary. I used some means to hide them here all these years. Are they really just ordinary murals? Ning Chi's face instantly revealed a strange expression. The sound of the system notification rang in his ears again. Discovered the embryo of the Zhuge sword. Discovered the embryo of the Zhuge sword. Discovered. The beep sounded continuously. There was only one possibility, and that was under these murals. There was a sword embryo of the Zhuge sword. Chapter 40, 221. Would the host like to collect the sword embryo of the Zhuge sword? Yes, Ning Chi said. The Buddha bead between his eyebrows appeared again. The golden light scanned every stone tablet. The sword embryos under the stone tablets appeared in front of the great godly king. This is the sacred celestial great godly king revealed a shocked expression. Sword embryos? There were sword embryos hidden under these stone tablets. The sword embryos flew into the Buddha bead and disappeared. Including the sword embryos from before, there were exactly 36 of them. System. What's the use of the sword embryos of the Zhuge sword? Ning Chi's mind moved. The host is still short of 36 sword embryos. Once 72 of them are gathered, the complete Juga sword can be formed. The system notification sounded. In that case, there were a total of 72 similar sword embryos in this world. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with contemplation. The great godly king kept looking at the Buddha bead between his eyebrows with a solemn expression. He sensed an extremely terrifying aura from the Buddhist bead. This aura was many times stronger than his own. This artifact is really mysterious, the great godly king exclaimed in his heart. For so many years, he would come here from time to time, but he had never found sword embryos hidden under the stone tablets. It was only Ning Chi's first time here, but these sword embryos were discovered and collected. The great godly king was instantly fearful of the Buddha bead. Great godly king, do you know where else there are similar stone tablets? Ning Chi looked at the great godly king and asked with a smile. The great godly king shook his head. There are only these stone tablets in this world. Pausing for a moment, a glint flashed across his eyes. Were those sword embryos the legendary Sword of Juga? It's highly possible. Ning Chi smiled. Then, in front of the great godly king, he went on a mental tour. His terrifying spirit sense spread in all directions, and images kept flashing in his eyes. The great godly king's expression changed slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. Instead, he stood at the side and waited quietly. A great godly king going to another great godly king's territory and using his spirit sense to search the entire world was a provocation. Under normal circumstances, it would definitely lead to a fight. However, the great godly king, celestial sage, didn't have the confidence to suppress Ning Chi. Instead, he was extremely afraid of the Buddhist beads. He could only suppress the traces of anger that rose in his heart and wait silently. Time passed. Ning Chi smiled and said to the celestial sage, Great godly king, this world indeed doesn't have this kind of stone tablet. Do you know which great world still has it? Maybe in the 9 saints' great world. The great godly king, celestial sages, thoughts moved. The 9 saint great world and the great immortal sage world were both created by a divine master. They can be considered to have come from the same source. 9 saints great world. Ning Chi's gaze flickered. Just as he was about to speak, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and a black hairy arm fell from the sky. Its target was Ning Chi. It's him. A hint of surprise flashed in Ning Chi's eyes. The aura of this arm was exactly the same as the arm that had taken away the Great Star Emperor. If there was no accident, it should be this arm. However, this time the other party's target was him? Who dares to be so presumptuous? The great godly king, celestial sages, words were filled with anger as he waved his hand to meet the black arm. It was one thing for one to use his spiritual consciousness to travel to this world, but another one dared to be presumptuous in this world in front of him. Could it be that the great immortal sage world was so easy to bully? This was a top-notch great world in the myriad of worlds. The black arm sensed the great godly king, celestial sage's action, and its direction instantly changed. Boom! The great godly king, celestial sage, was directly pressed into the ground by the black arm. At the same time, a force instantly swept across the black arm, splitting it into 2. The place where it was split directly merged with the vitality of this world. The severed arm suddenly retracted into the void, and the crack in the void also disappeared as a result. It was as though the black arm had never appeared. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. He vaguely sensed that the strength of the owner of this black arm might be comparable to his. The reason why he was able to sever one of its arms earlier was because the great godly king, celestial sage, had attracted its attention. A monster transformed by a divine master? Because it lost its consciousness, its cultivation dropped? No, if it really lost its consciousness, why would it suddenly attack me here? Ning Chi frowned slightly. His gaze suddenly swept across the stone tablet in the distance, and a guess suddenly arose in his mind. Could it be that the appearance of the black arm was because something had happened to the sword embryos and attracted it? What was that just now? The great godly king, celestial sage's voice rang out slowly. Ning Qi glanced at him, and his expression suddenly became a little strange. His face and body were covered with streaks of black blood, like blue veins, but Ning Qi was sure that they were not blue veins. The great godly king sage, Celestial's expression changed slightly. He had also sensed the strange changes in his body. You've been contaminated by its aura. Expel it immediately, Ning Qi reminded. The sacred celestial great godly king's aura instantly skyrocketed. However, after a few breaths, he realized that he was actually unable to expel the strange aura from his body. On the contrary, because he had just used his god power, the black veins on his body had increased. Wait. Ning Qi's expression turned grave as he signaled the great godly king sage immortal to stop. In the next moment, an aura that was much stronger than the great godly king sage immortal instantly enveloped him. A hint of astonishment flashed through the eyes of the sacred celestial great godly king. His opponent's strength was indeed much greater than his. After a while, Ning Qi withdrew his strength. Not only did the black veins on the great godly king sage immortal's body not disappear, but there were also a little more than before. What kind of existence is that? The great godly king sage immortal's expression was a little ugly. It might be that after the divine master died in the void, the corpse that was left behind had a mutation. However, it might also be some kind of strange existence that originally existed in the void. Ning Qi's expression was rather grave. If the black veins on your body cover your entire body, I suspect that you will be assimilated and become something similar or exactly the same as it. The great godly king sage, immortal, took a deep breath. Is there a way to expel it? I can't expel it for you. Its strength shouldn't be below mine. Ning Qi shook his head slightly. Seeing that the great godly king sage immortal's expression had become very ugly, Ning Qi comforted him. There's still a way to expel it. What way? The great godly king sage immortal's eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. After cultivating for so many years, he had only just discovered the place where his father died. He did not wish for himself to die like this. Find that existence, and we should be able to obtain the method to expel it from it, Ning Qi said in a low voice. Find it? The great godly king sage immortal revealed a bitter smile. I've already tried it earlier. I'm not its match. I can help you, Ning Qi said indifferently. Ning Qi said faintly. He looked up at the void and said, I also want to know what is the purpose of this existence in the void. Chapter 42:22. Help me. Great godly king sage, Celestial's eyes moved slightly. There seemed to be a trace of doubt in his eyes, but he had no other choice at the moment. The strange aura on his body had been nibbling away at him. If he didn't use his divine power, he would be completely nibbled away in a few years. What would happen to him then? Would he die or would he be assimilated? Even the great, celestial, sage, godly king himself couldn't be sure. How do I find it? The great, celestial, sage, godly king said slowly, It's hard to track the traces it left behind just now. The void is so vast that even if we godly kings use our god's wander technique, we won't be able to see through it. Whether or not you can find it depends on your luck. But before that, I still have to find the rest of the sword embryos. Only by doing so will we have some confidence in dealing with this existence. Ning Qi smiled. I'll take you to the 9 saints' great world. The sacred celestial, great, godly king said after remaining silent for a few breaths. With his directions, it didn't take Ning Qi long to bring the great divine king to the 9 saints' great world. Unlike the peaceful atmosphere of the immortal saint great world, when Ning Qi and Yi Lingchen arrived, The nine-saint great world seemed to be in the middle of a war. Countless godly kings, godly venerables, and grand emperors were slaughtering each other on the battlefield. The entire nine saints' great world seemed to be a battlefield. From time to time, wisps of vitality would enter the great godly king's body, but most of them were absorbed by Ning Qi. Ning Qi had never taken the initiative to absorb this life force. It was only because of his own strength that the life force took the initiative to find him. The nine-saint, great divine king should be busy right now. Ning Qi smiled. I'm not busy. The celestial, saint, great, godly king looked at the scene before him and shook his head indifferently. The nine-saint, great, godly king is slightly stronger than me. His lifespan is also consumed faster, and he has lived longer than me. Therefore, battles like this will happen very soon. After a pause, he looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. You should know the reason. Ning Qi sighed in his heart. If the great emperor was the star, the godly venerables were the moon, and the divine kings were the sun, then the nine-saint great godly king used the star as his pawns, and the sun and moon as his generals. He used life and death battles to obtain a chance of survival. Perhaps the godly kings understood this principle, but the godly venerables and great emperors under them might not. They probably thought that this was a real war. If they didn't fight, the world they lived in would fall. Somewhere in the void of the nine saints' great world, two figures were sitting face to face. One was an old man, and the other was a young man. On the old man's neck were 9 heads, each with a different face. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were crazed, and some were cold. The young man standing in front of the old man was relatively normal. However, there was a crack on his forehead. That crack was not an eye, but rather contained countless stars in the universe. How long do you think this war will last? The young man suddenly spoke. In front of them there was a cloud of mist which reflected the battlefield in the nine saints' great world. It should be enough after a few more years. The old man said indifferently, Are you really not going to join hands with me on that matter? We're already standing at the peak of the universe, and we're just half a step away from becoming a divine master. But you also know that it's impossible for there to be a divine master in this world. The so-called divine master is nothing more than a scam. If we can't transcend this world, you and I will be the joke of this scam. It doesn't matter to me whether it's a scam or not. I don't care as long as I can live, the young man said indifferently. You know how dangerous the place you're going to is. If you go there, you basically won't be able to come back. I won't take this risk with you. After a pause, he continued, Isn't it pretty leisurely for us to live like this? The young man looked at the old man with a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if he didn't understand why the old man was so insistent. That illusory legend? Over the years, how many divine masters and divine kings had died because of this legend? Innumerable. But there were still people who were willing to give up their nearly eternal lives to go to that dangerous place. What if they succeeded? Who could say what would happen after they succeeded? Leisurely? You're just like the Walking Dead. The old man snorted coldly. In the next moment, both of their expressions changed. A crack appeared in the void, and Ning Qi and the great, godly king, Celestial, walked out of the crack. How did you become like this? The two of them looked at the sacred, celestial, great, godly king in surprise. However, they were carefully sizing up Ning Qi from the corner of their eyes. This was because the two of them could sense a terrifying aura from Ning Qi that wasn't inferior to theirs. It's a long story. Let me introduce you. This is the mysterious North, great, godly king from the Shenluo great world. The sacred, celestial, great, godly king smiled bitterly. Mysterious North, great, godly king, this is the nine-saint, great, godly king, and this is the Yuan sage, great, godly king. The old man with 9 heads was the nine-saint, and the other one was the Yuan sage. Ning Qi glanced at the two of them and suddenly realized a pattern. It seemed like people at their level liked to have the word sage in their titles. Mysterious, North, Great Godly King. The Yuan sage, Great Godly King's eyes flickered slightly. The Nine-Saint Great Godly King had a strange look in his eyes when he heard the words Shenluo. He slowly stood up and cupped his fists at Ningqi. I've heard a lot about the Shenluo Great Godly King. You're too kind, Nine-Saint Great Godly King. Ningqi smiled and then asked curiously, have you heard of the Shenluo Great Godly King before? How can I not have heard of it? Many years ago, the divine master of the Shenluo Great Godly King brought 108 divine kings under him and risked everything to attack the path of survival. The Nine-Saint Great Godly King had a look of yearning in his eyes. That battle must have been very tragic. In the end, none of the divine kings returned to the Shenluo Great World. Even the divine master disappeared completely. You're doing it again. The Yuan sage Great Godly King sighed softly. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't have such thoughts. You will die. I won't regret anything that I've already decided on. The Nine-Saint Great Godly King shook his head slightly. This time, I will send a message to the other great worlds. As long as the divine kings are interested, they will come to the Nine-Saint Great World to discuss this matter. If you are unwilling, you should leave as soon as possible. Some of them are your enemies. He paused and looked at the sacred celestial Great Godly King. What do you think? Are you here to answer me today? He has always been against it, just like me. The Yuan sage Great Godly King shook his head slightly. It's different today. The sacred celestial Great Godly King smiled bitterly and shook his head. I've decided to promise the 9 saints to go to the ancient starry sky together. What? The Yuan sage Great Godly King was slightly taken aback. If I don't go, I might die within a few years. The sacred celestial Great Godly King sighed softly. The 9 saints and the Yuan sage looked at Ningqi together and frowned slightly. Chapter 42:23. This has nothing to do with the divine Lord Beixian. The great celestial, sage, godly king shook his head slightly. Previously in the great celestial sage world, there was an existence that suddenly attacked me. Its strength was something that I have never seen in my life. Pausing for a moment, he continued, my body has already been contaminated with that existence's aura. If I don't expel it in time, I'm afraid that in a few more years, I'll be completely assimilated. The Yuan sage, Great Godly King, and the 9 saint Great Godly King looked at each other with strange expressions on their faces. These black strands of blood on your body are that strange aura? Even you can't expel it? The Yuan sage, Great Godly Monarch frowned slightly. Why don't I give it a try? There's no need to try. Not only am I using my power, even if the power of the outside world is used on my body, it will also accelerate the growth of these auras. The sacred celestial Great Divine King said, the only way is to do as the mystic North Divine King said. Find that existence and find a way to eradicate this strange aura from it. The Yuan sage, Great Godly Monarch glanced at Ningqi. He could vaguely tell from the celestial, sacred, Great Godly Monarch that Ningqi also seemed to be in favor of heading to the ancient starry sky. The 9 saint Great Godly King said directly, since you're willing to go with us, it doesn't matter even if you're sick. I've more or less informed those godly kings. Let's set off in advance. After a pause, he looked at the Yuan sage, Great Godly Monarch. How is it? Would you like to come along? I'm not going. I don't want to set foot in that kind of place. If you insist on going your own way, I can only wait in the Yuan sage, Great Cosmos. If you don't come back, I'll take over these worlds. The Yuan sage, Great Godly Monarch, shook his head slightly. If that's the case, tell them to stop and go back. The nine saint, great, godly king snorted. The Yuan sage, great, godly monarch, nodded slightly. With a thought, the divine kings, divine venerables, and great emperors who were fighting in the nine saints' great world received the order and turned around to leave. No one wanted to stay a moment longer on this battlefield. I'll be leaving first. I hope you can come back alive. Yuan sage, great, celestial monarch, glanced at the two of them with a complicated expression before nodding at Ningqi. He then turned around and took a step forward, disappearing in front of the three of them in an instant. The subordinates of the Yuan sage, great godly lord, also retreated quickly. The battlefield, which was originally in full swing, suddenly became very quiet, except for the countless corpses left behind. Wait a moment, I'll go inform those god kings. Once they're all here, we'll set off immediately. The two from the nine saint, great, divine dynasty laughed. Ningqi smiled. Hold on. What else? The nine saint, great, godly king was slightly startled. I heard that this world came from the same origin as the great immortal saint world. Ningqi laughed. That's true. The nine saint, great, godly king glanced at the immortal saint, great, godly king before nodding his head slightly. Since that's the case, this world should also have these stone tablets, right? Ningqi gently waved his hand, and his spirit qi instantly condensed into the shape of the mural on the stone tablet. The nine saint, great, godly king was stunned for a moment. A hint of caution appeared in his eyes. What is your purpose? I don't really have a motive. It's just that these stone tablets and murals might hide the sword embryo of the Juga sword. Ningqi smiled and didn't hide it because there was no need. If the nine saint, great, godly king wasn't willing, he could find one himself. Right now, he was just being polite before resorting to force. The sword embryo of the Juga sword? The nine saint, great, godly king was stunned for a moment. A hint of disbelief flashed in his eyes. I've looked at these stone tablets and murals for so many years. Why didn't I find anything hidden in them? If these stone tablets weren't left behind by the first generation divine lord, I would have destroyed them long ago. Cough, cough. The immortal saint, great, godly king coughed twice, then smiled at the nine saint, great, godly king. Great, godly King Beixian is right. There are indeed sword embryos hidden in the murals. This has already been proven in the great immortal saint world. Really? The nine saint, great, godly king could choose not to believe Ningqi, but he would believe the immortal saint, great, godly king, because there was no need for the other party to lie to him about this. If this was true, then it would be somewhat incredible. The Juga sword, that legendary artifact. It was rumored that this sword's power was extremely terrifying and had the ability to destroy the world. If the sword embryo of the Juga sword was really in the murals, there was no need for him to hand it over. As if sensing the nine saint, great, godly king's thoughts, the immortal saint, great, godly king, shook his head slightly and said, "There are already many sword embryos at the great, godly king Beishuan's side. It's better for you to bring us over." The nine saint, great, godly king felt a hint of warning from the immortal saint, great, godly king's eyes. Could it be that this person's cultivation is stronger than the two of us combined? He looked at Ningqi in disbelief. All right, follow me. The nine saint, great, godly king finally decided to believe the immortal saint, great, godly king's warning. Not long after, Ningqi once again saw a pile of stone tablets. After counting the number, there were exactly 36 of them. If there was a sword embryo of the Juga sword in each of them, then the 72 Juga swords would coincidentally be gathered. Almost without any delay, the system's beep sounded again. Immediately after, the Buddhist bead between Ningqi's eyebrows that might be carrying the system slowly appeared. The golden light swept across the murals on the stone tablets. Right in front of the nine saint, great, godly king, Sword embryos appeared one after another and flew towards Ningqi. There are really sword embryos. The nine saint, great, godly king's face instantly became extremely solemn. Did the first generation divine Lord really leave that sword behind? Rumor has it that the first generation divine Lord went to that huge city. Although he didn't win, he relied on the power of the Juga sword and returned to this world alive. Since he placed the sword embryo of the Juga sword here and in the great celestial saint world, it should be passed down to us. With it, it'll be safer to go to that place. Thinking up to this point, the nine saint great godly king suddenly launched an attack and instantly exploded. However, he had only moved for a split second. Even when the thought had just arisen and his fingertips hadn't moved at all, he was directly enveloped by a terrifying aura. The nine saint great godly king didn't dare to move anymore. He had a premonition that if he moved again, that terrifying aura would directly explode on his body. The host has gathered all 72 sword embryos. The Juga sword fusion is complete. The previous sword embryos flew out at the same time and intertwined with the other 36 sword embryos. The sword embryos turned into water and fused with each other. The nine saint, great, godly king and the celestial saint, great, godly king revealed a trace of astonishment in their eyes. After about 10 breaths of time, a seemingly ordinary long sword that emitted a cold light appeared in front of everyone. This is the Juga sword. It's a little too ordinary. Ningqi extended his hand and picked up the Juga sword. He felt the aura within and suddenly realized that it was different from what he had imagined. The aura of this Juga sword wasn't as strong as he had imagined. If he relied on it to suppress the mother of Netherworld Spider, he would probably be hung up and beaten by the mother of Netherworld Spider. After pondering for a while, Ningqi kept the Juga sword and his gaze fell on the nine saint, great godly king. He smiled and said, "What did you want to do just now?" Chapter 42:24. Just now. I just couldn't help it. The nine saint great godly king swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with some difficulty. His body was still tightly enveloped by that aura, which seemed like it could kill him at any time. It was too terrifying. The nine saint great godly king had lived for so many years, but this was the first time he felt fear. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Great divine king, celestial sage, said hurriedly. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. He clearly knew that the other party wasn't an ordinary person. Yet the nine saint great godly king still made such an action earlier. Wasn't this making enemies for himself? Yes, it was indeed a misunderstanding. The nine saint great godly king revealed an embarrassed smile. Just now, I couldn't help myself when I saw the Juga God sword. Actually, I didn't have any other thoughts. I hope you can understand. It's fine. Ningqi chuckled. At least I got the remaining sword embryo from you. It can be considered as a good karma. Yes, yes. The nine saint, great divine king smiled apologetically. He was really scared. The aura that had enveloped him just now was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that he even began to wonder if Ningqi's cultivation was at the divine master realm. When he thought of this, the nine saint great godly king felt a chill in his heart. Since it's a misunderstanding, it'll be fine once we clear things up. The great divine king, celestial sage, chuckled. Let's cut off 3 of his heads as a small punishment. Ningqi smiled faintly. Cut off 3 heads? The sacred, celestial, great, godly king was stunned. A hint of fear flashed through the nine saint, great god king's eyes. His strength came from these 9 heads. If he lost one, his strength would drop a level. Grand divine King Beishian, let's talk this out. Can't we talk this out? A bitter smile appeared on the great, celestial, saint, godly king's face. The nine saint, great, godly king has already admitted his mistake earlier, and there weren't any irreparable consequences, so It's true that there weren't any irreparable consequences this time. But what about next time? Ning Qi said indifferently, "He dares to steal my things in this kind of situation. Let such a person bring me to that huge city? He could sell you in minutes." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Sometimes it's precisely because the consequences haven't been irredeemable that you should be punished severely. Otherwise, if he really causes irreversible consequences, what can we do even if we kill him?" The great divine King Sage Immortal was rendered speechless. Don't forget, this is the Nine Saints' world. The Nine Saint, great, godly king's face revealed a hint of shame and anger. "If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been able to obtain the remaining sword embryo of the Zhuge God sword. Why are you being so unreasonable? Now it's 4 heads." Ning Qi looked at the Nine Saint, great God King indifferently. "You." 5. Ning Qi said. "Stop it." The great godly king, celestial sage, glared at the Nine Saint, great godly king. 5 heads. If these 5 heads were really chopped off, the Nine Saint, great godly king's strength would at most be left with half. Grand divine King Beixian, 3 heads it is. He will remember this mistake in the future and won't do it again. Ning Qi from the great celestial saint dynasty said with a bitter smile. The Nine Saint, great divine king didn't say anything at this moment. 5 heads was indeed a little too much. If he had known that this would happen, he would have decisively shut up when he killed 3 of them. Sigh. 5, not one more, not one less. Ning Qi smiled. After he finished speaking, with a slight thought, the 5 heads on the Nine Saint, great godly king's neck were directly traced back to their origin and disappeared without a trace. What kind of technique is this? The Nine Saint, great godly king was dumbfounded. Just now, he sensed an even more terrifying aura. In just an instant, his 5 heads, which contained nearly half of his cultivation, completely disappeared without a trace. Feeling the rapid decline of the cultivation in his body, the remaining 4 heads of the Nine Saint, great godly king all revealed a trace of sorrow. His many years of cultivation had gone up in flames just like that. 9 heads really don't look very pleasing to the eye. The current you is much more pleasing to the eye, Ning Qi said with a smile. The Nine Saint, great godly king's face revealed a trace of a forced smile. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and then said to Ning Qi and the sacred celestial great godly king with a strange expression, "That person just looked for me." That person. The sacred celestial great godly king was stunned for a moment, then said with a strange expression, "Why did he look for you?" "He told me that I am not allowed to step into the ancient starry sky, and now he wants me to go see him." The Nine Saint, great godly king frowned slightly. Who is that person? Ning Qi was quite curious. Just now he had indeed felt a special fluctuation, which was extremely obscure. The number 1 expert in the universe. The sacred celestial great godly king said with a solemn expression. Speaking until here, he paused and glanced at Ning Qi. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't seem to be angry, he then continued, "That person has existed for a longer time than me and the 9 saints. When my father stepped into the ancient starry sky, he was already a great godly king. I heard from my father that when he was very young, that person's strength was already unfathomable, and no great godly king dared to provoke him. If there is anyone in the universe who is the closest to the divine master realm, I'm afraid it was only him in the past." The sacred celestial great godly king's tone was a little strange, and he sized up Ning Qi from time to time as he spoke. In this sentence, there was a hidden meaning. He thought that Ning Qi's strength might be comparable to that person. As for who was stronger and who was weaker, it was impossible to distinguish. "What's his name?" Ning Qi said lightly. "Hong Jun." The sacred celestial great godly king said slowly. "Hong Jun?" Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Coincidence? Or I'm going over there. The two of you, please help yourselves. The 9 saint, great godly kings said. All right. The sacred, celestial, great, godly king nodded slightly. However, Ning Chi said with a smile, How about this? I'll go with you. Among the great, godly kings in the universe, to have the title of #1 expert, he must have extremely powerful means. I'm quite interested. The 9 saint, great, godly king's expression changed slightly, and he looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. Are you sure? Ning Chi smiled and nodded. Seeing this, the sacred, celestial, great, godly king also said, I'll go too. Perhaps that person had a way to get rid of the strange aura on his body. If that was the case, there was no need to take the risk to go to the ancient starry sky. In a faintly discernible void, there was a divine mountain floating. From afar, this divine mountain didn't seem very big, but as one flew closer, one would realize that this divine mountain was a world. At the peak of the divine mountain, there was a great hall. When Ning Chi and the other two arrived, there were already many great, godly king-level existences sitting in the hall. They were sitting on praying mats, listening to the person sitting at the highest point talking. When the three of them stepped into the great hall, the voices stopped abruptly. Everyone turned their heads to look at Ning Chi and the other two, especially when they saw that there were only 4 heads left on the 9 saint, great godly king's neck. Many people's eyes instantly revealed a strange expression. There was ridicule, surprise, suspicion, and doubt. Chapter 42:25. 9th Saint, why are there only 4 of your 9 heads left? Did you offend someone again and get chopped off? A great divine king said with a smile, his words full of provocation. Obviously, this person had some conflict with 9th Saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mocked him as soon as they met. 9th Saint glanced at him and frowned slightly. According to his character in the past, he would have directly started fighting. He didn't even need to use his tongue. However, things were different now. 9th Saint, who had lost 5 heads, was much weaker. He couldn't beat this great divine king unless he was given more time to cultivate and slowly replenish the divine power he had lost. Hong Jun, why did you call me here this time? 9th Saint looked at the figure sitting at the highest point. I just want to tell you again, don't go to that place, Hong Jun said slowly. His tone was calm, and one couldn't tell whether he was happy or angry. Many great divine kings below had a strange look on their faces, as if they were relieved. These great divine kings were weaker. Even if they joined forces, they might not be a match for 9th Saint at his peak. Moreover, they were basically dependent on 9th Saint Great World. This time, 9th Saint summoned them to prepare to step into the ancient starry sky and go to that deadly place. These great divine kings were already nervous. Now that Hong Jun had spoken, they were relieved. As long as Hong Jun spoke, no matter how overbearing 9th Saint Great Divine King was, he would be afraid. After all, he was the #1 expert in the universe. If it wasn't for Hong Jun controlling the situation these years, many great worlds would have been completely destroyed. I can choose not to go, but Great Divine King Celestial's body is tainted with a strange aura. If we can't get rid of it, we still have to go to the ancient starry sky. 9th Saint, Great Divine King said, Great Divine King Celestial is tainted with a strange aura? The group of divine kings subconsciously looked at Great Divine King Celestial. They thought that the black strands of blood were some kind of divine power of Great Divine King Celestial. Now, it seemed that this should be the strange aura that 9th Saint Great Divine King mentioned. That's right, the great celestial sage, godly king said slowly, the strange aura on my body will cover my entire body in a few years. At that time, I will either be assimilated and become that kind of existence, or I will die. Right now, I can no longer use my divine power. Only by finding the existence that causes people to become like this can I obtain the solution from it. Unable to use divine power? You 2 brothers, one is missing 5 heads, and the other can't use his divine power. Seems like karma is really not good. The person who mocked the nine-saint, great godly king earlier couldn't help but mock him. From his eyes, one could see a trace of joy. He was the divine king of the 7 parts great world and was also known as the 7 parts great divine king. Although his title did not contain the word saint, his strength was comparable to the 9-saint great divine king. However, the 9-saint great godly king and the celestial saint great godly king had an extremely close relationship, and they advanced and retreated together. This caused him to always fall into a disadvantageous position when he fought with the two of them. 7 points, great divine monarch, that's enough. The 9-saint great godly king shouted coldly, "If you dare to mock us again, our 2 great worlds will fight to the death." "Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you now? One is crippled and the other is crippled. Now, you only have less than half of your strength left, right? And I've had a breakthrough recently, and I feel like I've entered a whole new realm. For this, I have to thank you. If the 2 of you didn't join hands to suppress me, I wouldn't have comprehended so early. For me to be able to comprehend it, your contribution cannot go unnoticed." The 7 points great divine king said with a smile. After a pause, his gaze suddenly fell on Ning-Chi, and he couldn't help but laugh again. "Something happened to you 2 brothers, and you found a divine king to accompany you? Are you afraid of being killed by your enemies on the way?" Hee. A burst of laughter rang out in the hall. Clearly, the 9-saint great godly king and the others had made many enemies, and now they were laughing gloatingly. "I advise you not to follow them. Come with me. Later, I'll find a time to send troops to the 9-saint great world and the celestial saint great world. I'll conquer these 2 great worlds and make them the backyard of my 7 parts great world." The 7 points great divine king Ning-Chi said with a smile. The expressions of the celestial saint great godly king and the 9-saint great godly king instantly became strange. In the eyes of the other divine kings, they thought that the 2 of them were afraid. Ning-Chi didn't even look at him. He just sized up Hong Jun, who was sitting high up. The other party's aura was already close to his, which meant that the other party was indeed infinitely close to the divine master realm. However, it was only close. At the current realm, the slightest difference was the difference of 1,000 miles. The 7 points great godly king's face instantly darkened. The other party, an unknown divine king, actually dared to ignore his words? Was he not taking him seriously? Thinking of this, the 7 points great godly king sneered and slowly walked in front of Ning-Chi. He said indifferently, "Which great world are you from?" After a pause, he continued, "I'm talking to you. Are you ignoring me? Are you looking for a sense of existence?" Ning-Chi looked at him rather strangely. He casually slapped his palm on the 7 points great godly king's body. In an instant, a terrifying power wreaked havoc. The 7 points great godly king didn't even have time to make a sound before he disappeared. He was really gone. No one could feel the aura of the 7 points great godly king at all. It was as if he had completely disappeared from this world. What's going on? Where's the 7 points great godly king? A few divine kings who were on good terms with the 7 points great godly king stood up in shock and anger. They stared at Ning-Chi. At the same time, a trace of horror surged in their hearts. The divine king in front of them looked so unfamiliar. It was even their first time coming to this place. It was also their first time seeing him. But how could the other party's means be so strange? Until this moment, they still thought that the 7 points great godly king didn't die, but was moved to another place by Ning-Chi using some kind of method. They had seen similar methods before. It was just that such a method was basically ineffective when used on a great godly king of the same level. Not to mention that the strength of the 7 points great godly king could be firmly ranked in the top 10 in the universe. After the 9 points, great godly king was shocked. His face immediately surged with ecstasy. He directly asked Ning Qi, "Great godly King Baixian, has that guy been obliterated by you?" "Sort of." Ning Qi smiled faintly and nodded. "Ha ha ha." The 9 points, great godly king, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even if he was beheaded a few more times now, he would be very willing. To be able to use this small price to exchange for a 7 points, great godly king. This deal was very worth it. Dead. That's impossible, right? The group of divine kings immediately revealed strange expressions. How could a great godly king die so easily? When did the last great godly king die? Everyone couldn't really remember. You're from the divine Luo realm. Hong Jun looked at Ning Qi and suddenly spoke. Chapter 42, 26. Senior, you've seen through my background? Ning Qi looked at Hong Jun, a hint of curiosity flashing across his eyes. He was also quite familiar with the other party's aura. If there were no surprises, this powerhouse who was known as the #1 God King in the universe should also be inextricably linked to Shenluo World. Shenluo World. A hint of recollection flashed across Hong Jun's eyes. Then he smiled. I originally thought that this world had already declined. I didn't think that it could still produce an existence like you. In the past, a God Master said that Shenluo World alone occupies 10% of the destiny of heaven and earth. It does make sense. Shenluo World alone occupies 10% of the destiny of heaven and earth? The group of God Kings revealed a look of astonishment. Among them, there were even some God Kings who came later who had never heard of a place called Shenluo World. Hence, after they heard Hong Jun's words, they all felt a little strange. But there was one thing they could be sure of. This unfamiliar existence in front of them should be extremely powerful. Otherwise, Hong Jun definitely wouldn't have such an attitude after 70% great God King died. I don't really believe in things like destiny. Ning Qi smiled. It's too illusory. There are some things that exist if you believe it, don't believe it. So what if you believe it or not? Hong Jun smiled faintly. Senior was also from Shenluo World in the past, right? Ning Qi smiled. 9, Saint, Great God King, and the rest gasped in their hearts. Hong Jun's origin was extremely mysterious in the universe. No one knew where he was born or where he rose from. But after Ning Qi said that, everyone's expression became a little strange. Especially 9 Saint, Great God King, and Sage, Celestial, Great God King. Hong Jun was known as the #1 powerhouse in the universe. In their eyes, Ning Qi's strength had the possibility of fighting for this title. This way, the two of them really might be from the same place. Shenluo World. I never thought that this declining world would have such a foundation to be able to nurture such a powerhouse. Sage, Celestial Great God King, was secretly shocked. Then he made up his mind that if there was a chance, he would definitely make a trip to Shenluo World to see what was so special about this world. Everyone was looking at Hong Jun. They really wanted to know if Hong Jun was really from Shenluo World, like what Ning Qi said. I indeed reincarnated in Shenluo World. Hong Jun nodded lightly. As expected, realization flashed in everyone's eyes. However, it was just reincarnation, and it did not mean that Hong Jun was really born in Shenluo. Ning Qi nodded slightly. Senior, you don't wish for the 9 Saint, Great Godly King, and the others to head to that cosmic void. What are you worried about? You can't step into that space. If you go there, you'll only become food for those monsters. Before they lost their minds, some were divine masters, and some were great divine kings. It was only because he didn't want to be trapped in this world that he took the risk to step into that void. In the end, he still couldn't escape the calamity. The more God Kings he devours, the stronger he will become. One day, they will return to the universe. Hong Jun said indifferently, at that time it will be a calamity for the various worlds. Even God Kings will not be able to escape death in this calamity. The divine master lost his mind and turned into a monster? The god kings all gasped inside as disbelief filled their eyes. There were some secrets that many godly kings did not know about, but even if some godly kings knew about them, they would only treat them as legends. However, when Hong Jun said it personally today, they had no choice but to believe it. The aura on the sacred immortal, great, godly king was left behind by that monster. It won't be long before he loses his mind and becomes a monster. Hong Jun glanced at the sacred immortal, great, godly king. Is there a way to solve it? The nine-saint, great, godly king asked hurriedly. Yes. Hong Jun nodded slightly. The simplest way is to kill the sacred immortal, great, godly king before he loses his mind. The sacred immortal, great, godly king was stunned. Then he looked at Hong Jun with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. He subconsciously moved closer to Ning Qi, as if this was the only way to make him feel at ease. Those monsters shouldn't be the most terrifying existence in that void. There should be a way to resolve the strange aura on the sacred immortal, great, godly king. Ning Qi shook his head. I wonder if Senior Hong Jun knows about the Dawn Netherworld Spider Queen? He guards this world and is invincible. Hong Jun's eyes narrowed slightly. What exactly is he guarding? Ning Qi squinted his eyes. There are treasures in the giant city? Or is there some shocking secret hidden in the giant city? Otherwise, why would such a powerful existence like the Dawn Netherworld Spider Queen guard that desolate giant city? He could totally descend to the myriad heavens and realms. There are godly kings here that he can't eat. He guards. Hong Jun glanced at Ning Qi before sweeping his gaze across the many godly kings present. Us. Guard us? Many godly kings revealed a look of astonishment. The other party was clearly in the void of the universe. He was so far away, and there was no connection between them. How could he be guarding them? I don't know much. Hong Jun sighed softly. I only know that he is guarding us. Could it be that the myriad heavens and realms is a prison, and we are the prisoners here? Some godly kings frowned and muttered to themselves. How is that possible? How can the myriad heavens and realms be a prison? We godly kings are omnipotent. Who would deliberately guard us here? Some godly kings shook their heads slightly and scoffed at this guess. Calling it a prison doesn't seem to be too much. Hong Jun smiled. The expressions of the godly kings instantly changed. Senior Hong Jun, do you know some secrets? Ning Qi smiled. Can you speak frankly? I can't say it. If I say it, this world will be in chaos. Hong Jun shook his head slightly. If Nine Saint Great Godly King wants to go to that place now, I can no longer stop you. Today's lesson will end here. Everyone come again next time. After saying this, Hong Jun slowly stood up. In an instant, the entire hall disappeared without a trace. Hong Jun's figure also disappeared. Even Ning Qi was a little surprised by his method of leaving, because he couldn't see how Hong Jun left. What secret will cause this world to be in chaos if I say it? Everyone was very curious, but Hong Jun was unwilling to say it. There was no one in this world who could force him to say the secret. Since he won't stop me from going to that place, you guys can follow me back to the Nine Saint Great World and discuss the details. Nine Saint Great Godly Kings' gaze swept across the faces of the godly kings who had attached themselves to him. These godly kings were secretly complaining. The celestial Great Godly King was attacked by the strange aura and could no longer use his methods. Nine Saint Great Godly King also lost 5 heads. This kind of situation should have been advantageous to them. They didn't need to be restrained by these 2 people anymore. However, they subconsciously glanced at Ning Qi. There was such a terrifying existence behind the 2 of them. They didn't dare to turn against them. They were afraid that they would end up like 7 Points Great Godly King. Thinking up to this point, everyone nodded in agreement one after another. Chapter 42:27. The Nine Saints' Great World. The nine saints, great God King, and the other divine kings were discussing what they needed to pay attention to after they set foot in the ancient starry sky. Ning-Chi sat in the corner of the hall, studying the sword of gods in his hand alone. Since the system said it was the sword of gods, he had no reason to doubt its authenticity. However, the power of the sword was very strange. It wasn't as powerful as Ning-Chi imagined. How did the person in the mural use it to threaten the mother of Nether Spider, a sword that even in existence like the mother of Nether Spider would be afraid of? It might not have earth-shattering power, but it should at least be stronger than Ning-Chi's current cultivation. The divine kings listened to the nine saints, great God King's explanation while secretly sizing up Ning-Chi and the sword of gods in his hand. They all had a strange look on their faces. Maybe it's still missing something? Ning-Chi frowned slightly. He asked the system in his mind, but there was no reply from the system. Divine King Beixian, we're ready. We're about to leave for the ancient starry sky. The nine saints, great God King's voice was heard. Ning-Chi said, "Are there any legends related to the sword of gods in the nine saints' great world and the celestial saint great world?" The nine saints, great God King, and the celestial saint, great God King, looked at each other and shook their heads. "The only legend is the one you know," the celestial saint, great God King said. Ning-Chi pondered and nodded. The legend that he knew was told to him by Shou Ruchuan. It was said that the sword of gods was filled with the lives of countless divine kings, refined with their flesh and blood. However, Ning-Chi didn't really believe this. Even if he refined the flesh and blood of 1,000 divine kings together to make a sword, it wouldn't be a match for the mother of Nether Spider, let alone 100 great God Kings. There might be some secrets on the sword of gods that he didn't know, and these secrets might be related to the void of the universe. Since we're ready, let's go. Ning-Chi smiled and put away the sword of gods. We'll know if it's useful or not after trying. In the void of the universe, just like before, as if sensing Ning-Chi and the others, arms kept reaching out from the void, trying to catch them. However, everyone present was at least a great divine king expert. Even if the nine saint great divine king had lost 5 heads, he was still much stronger than when Ning-Chi first stepped into the huge city. In this world, there are still many existences that we God Kings can't understand. The sacred, celestial, great, godly king sighed. The nine saint great, godly king nodded slightly. It's these arms. Although we don't need to be afraid, we can't find the location behind them. I don't know who set up such a method. The God Kings sighed emotionally. Ning-Chi suddenly thought of the reincarnation of the myriad realms. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he last stepped into the myriad realms reincarnation. Could the existence of the myriad realms reincarnation be related to the void of the universe? Once this matter is settled, I might be able to head to the myriad worlds of reincarnation again. Ning-Chi pondered in his heart. It was different from the last time. This time, when they stepped into the cosmic void again, the team was much larger. More than 50 great, divine monarch rank powerhouses were all moving in the starry sky at a terrifying speed. However, on the first day, before they had even ventured deep into the void of the universe, an accident occurred. A great divine king died for no rhyme or reason. His corpse floated in the void of the universe and decayed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into a dried corpse. What the hell is going on? The nine saint great godly king was shocked and angry. The rest of the great divine kings also looked around with horror in their eyes. What kind of method could devour a great divine king's life so silently? Ning-Chi frowned slightly as he looked around. The void of the universe was still as quiet as before, as if everything was the same as before. However, everyone was sure that an unknown existence had its eyes on them. To be able to kill a great divine king in front of me without making a sound, This kind of method might not be weaker than mine. Ning Qi's face turned solemn. Great Divine King Beixian, something is wrong. The Great Divine King looked at the corpse, and his hair stood on end. Ning Qi looked up and saw clumps of black hair growing crazily on the dried corpse. In an instant, the size of the dried corpse expanded several times. The group of Great Divine Kings immediately spread out and put a large distance between them and the dried corpse. Their faces were filled with shock and uncertainty. What happened to the Blood Moon, Great Divine King? A kind of panic began to grow in the hearts of the Great Divine Kings. As Great Divine Kings, they were in charge of a realm. They could survive by absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. They just had to be careful not to fight with others too often. But if they really fought, these Great Divine Kings would not be afraid of many people. But now, the Blood Moon Great Divine King had died silently. Less than a day after they set foot in the ancient starry sky, such a thing happened. Now that the Blood Moon Great Divine King's corpse had such a strange change, they suddenly felt that their lives had become extremely fragile at this moment. They could follow in the footsteps of the Blood Moon Great Divine King at any time. This is assimilation. Ning Qi's face showed a touch of seriousness. The Blood Moon Great Divine King's corpse continued to expand, and the black hair on his body also increased. Finally, he turned into a terrifying monster with a body comparable to the size of a planet. When all the Great Divine Kings saw this, they subconsciously used their divine power. Their bodies soared and maintained the same size as the Blood Moon Great Divine King. The Blood Moon Great Divine King's face suddenly showed a trace of malevolence, and then he let out an unusually painful howl. The next moment he opened his eyes, locked his gaze on the Great Divine King closest to him, and reached out to grab him. If I die, I will also become this kind of monster? The Holy Celestial Great Divine King looked at this scene in a daze. Thinking of this, he suddenly took a deep breath. Instead of turning into this kind of monster, it was better to turn into ashes cleanly. The Blood Moon Great Divine King is already dead. This is not him. Everyone, don't hold back, but pay attention to the strange aura on his body. You must not be contaminated by it. The Holy Celestial Great Divine King roared. Everyone dared to make a move, but they saw the Blood Moon Great Divine King's body shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the black hair on his body also disappeared. It was as if the process just now had begun to reverse. This is... The Holy Celestial Great Divine King suddenly looked at Ning Qi, and sure enough he saw an obscure fluctuation that flashed across Ning Qi's body. What a powerful technique! The Holy Celestial Great Divine King was secretly shocked. Using the Tracing the Origin, Ning Qi used less than 10 breaths to restore the Blood Moon Great Divine King to his original appearance. However, his life could no longer be restored. Although the Tracing the Origin was related to time, when it came to the domain of life, it could not overcome this obstacle. Chapter 42:28. Blood Moon Great God King's corpse floated in the void. The surrounding godly kings all had complicated looks in their eyes. After a few breaths of silence, a Grand Divine King said, Mysterious North Great Divine King, Nine Saint Great Divine King, Celestial Sage Great Divine King, we just set foot on the ancient starry sky road, and a Grand Divine King fell. If we continue, how many of us will be able to reach that place alive? For some reason, the Nine Saint Great Godly King and the Celestial Saint Great Godly King remained silent. They didn't know how to answer this great divine Lord's words. From the beginning of the idea to the beginning of action, the Nine Saint Great Godly King had never thought that a great godly king would fall on the first day. Wasn't the real danger in the depths of the ancient starry sky? As he thought of this, the Nine Saint Great Godly King's heart suddenly wavered. If this were to continue, The great divine king he brought this time would very likely all perish before they could even see the netherworld spider mother with their own eyes. He subconsciously looked at Ning-Chi and saw that Ning-Chi was looking at the blood moon, great god king's body, and was deep in thought. The celestial saint, great godly king suddenly appeared and attacked me when I obtained several dozen sword embryos of the sword of death. Then Han Jun passed on a message, telling them not to think about setting foot in the ancient starry sky again. This time, as soon as we set foot on the ancient starry sky road, an unknown existence attacked us. He killed a great divine king without me noticing. Ning-Chi's mind was spinning rapidly. If I want to know the secret behind this, I have to first understand the standpoint of those black-furred monsters. How did they become like this? And how is it related to the netherworld spider mother? Ning-Chi had not encountered such a situation the last time he stepped into the void of the universe. Even after entering the giant city, he did not see the existence of the black-furred monster. The netherworld spider mother was the only one in the huge city. Divine King Beixian, should we continue? The nine-saint, great godly king suddenly spoke. Just now, the blood moon great god monarch was killed silently. It should be a warning to us. Ning-Chi said lightly. Everyone nodded slightly. It did seem like a warning. Then they are afraid. Ning-Chi suddenly laughed. If they weren't afraid of us, they wouldn't have needed to warn us like this. Fear? The sacred, celestial, great, godly king revealed a thoughtful look. If it's really because of this reason that you're warning us, then why don't you give us a warning? This means that their strength is inferior to ours, so they could only kill the blood moon great, godly monarch just now. Do they want us to retreat? The nine-saint, great, godly king's eyes flickered. His original intention of turning back immediately faded a little. If the other party was really afraid, then they should go deeper into the ancient starry sky. Only then could they truly find the secrets of this world and not be deceived. As the great divine king, he always had a feeling of being kept in the dark. This feeling had already eaten away at the nine-saint great divine king for many years. He did not like it. Therefore, he wanted to break this drum surface. He wanted to see why a dignified great divine king had to survive by absorbing the life force emitted by the dead creatures of the world. Why couldn't the divine king exist forever and live forever? Why had no one stepped into the divine master realm after so many years? Everyone, Divine King Beixian is right. They are afraid of us. So they used Blood Moon Divine King to scare us away. I have a guess. I wonder if everyone would be willing to hear it? The nine-saint, great, godly king said slowly. Everyone sighed in their hearts when they saw that he seemed to be unwilling to give up on exploring the secret that many great divine kings had deliberately ignored. Their faces darkened. Nine-saint, great godly king, what's your guess? A great divine king asked with a livid face. The death of the blood moon great godly king was very likely because he was already targeted by those existences before he set foot in the ancient starry sky. He was contaminated with a strange aura without us knowing. Just now, it was the sudden eruption of the strange aura that caused him to turn into a corpse in an instant. The nine-saint, great godly king said in a deep voice, "This guess." A hint of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. The possibility of what you said is not low. Ning-Chi also nodded, agreeing with the nine-saint, great godly king's words. This was the only way to explain why the other party's attack could be so silent. The other party was not really that powerful, but they had already attacked the blood moon, great godly king long ago. This time might have been a few days ago, a few years ago, tens of thousands of years ago, or hundreds of thousands of years ago. Seeing that Ning-Chi had admitted his guess, the nine-saint great godly king became more confident. At this moment, the celestial great godly king suddenly said, "Then how do we know that the others have not been contaminated by that strange aura?" When the great divine kings heard this, they suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that the other party really had such a method to plant such a deadly seed in them under the premise that they were completely unaware of it? Everyone looked at each other. They first checked themselves and then looked at Ning Qi. This was because they could not see whether there was that strange aura in their bodies at all. Ning Qi looked at them indifferently and shook his head slightly. From what I can see, there are no other special auras in your bodies. He was still thinking about the connection between many things. What was the difference between the last time he stepped into the void of the universe and this time? Was there an additional divine king? Or was there an additional Juga sword? It appeared once during the sword embryo, and today it appeared again. Ning Qi's eyes instantly revealed a smile. If the other party was not so anxious, he might really not be able to determine whether there was anything magical about the Juga sword. At this moment, he could already be sure. Everyone did not know what Ning Qi was thinking. But in the next moment, they suddenly saw Ning Qi suddenly take out a long sword and then stab it towards the celestial great divine king. Celestial great divine King Bei Xian, what are you doing? The nine-saint great divine king was instantly shocked and furious. Uft! The Juga sword stabbed into the celestial great divine king's body. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. He lowered his head to look at the sword, then looked at Ning Qi. Why? Could it be that he had to be killed prematurely just because his body was contaminated by that strange aura? The other divine kings were also stunned by this strange change, and they did not dare to move at all. Why do you ask? Is the strange aura on your body still there? Ning Qi smiled and pulled out the Juga sword. The celestial great divine kings wound instantly healed, and then he realized that the black patterns on his body had completely disappeared. He did not dare to believe it, so he tried to use his divine power. I'm fine, really fine. The celestial great divine king's face revealed a look of surprise. Only then did the nine-saint great divine king know that Ning Qi actually did not want to attack the celestial great divine king. Chapter 42:29. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The gazes of the great divine kings instantly focused on the sword of Zhu in Ning Qi's hand. Wasn't the power of this sword a little too terrifying? It could actually dispel the strange aura on great divine king's sacred immortal? Looking at it from another perspective, didn't this mean that this sword could restrain that kind of black-haired monster? Many great divine kings subconsciously had a fiery look in their eyes. But when they thought about it clearly, the fiery look in their eyes immediately dissipated. The other party was a terrifying existence that could instantly kill 70% of great divine kings. Just the method that he used to suppress great divine king blood, Moon, made them lose their will to fight. It was obviously unrealistic to snatch this sword from such an existence. After nine-saint great divine king confirmed that the strange aura on great divine king, sacred immortal, had been completely dispelled, he looked at Ning Qi with sparkling eyes. Great divine King Bei Xian, with the sword of Zhu, even if we encounter that kind of monster, we can easily kill it. Perhaps we can really find out the secret of this world. Ning Qi looked at the sword of Zhu in his hand and suddenly smiled as he shook his head. There's no need to continue. What? Nine-saint great divine king was stunned. The rest of the great divine kings heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Ning Qi didn't agree to go deep into the void of the universe, nine-saint great divine king wouldn't continue. They wouldn't have to face that kind of chilling danger anymore. Great divine King Bei Xian, why don't you continue? Nine-saint great divine king's face was a little ugly. I still feel that someone isn't too willing for us to continue. We'd better go back and think about this carefully. We'll talk about it after we've thought it through. Ning Qi smiled as he shook his head and turned to leave. Nine-saint great world. One by one, nine-saint great divine kings bowed and bade farewell. After they had all left, nine-saint great divine king looked at great divine king, sacred immortal. What do you think he meant by that? I also feel that it's too much of a coincidence. The great celestial, sage, godly king's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. When we just obtained the sword embryos of the sword of God, the black-haired monster suddenly tore through the void and came here. There's no reason for them to have been watching the great celestial sage world all this time, and their timing was so precise. After a pause, the great celestial sage godly king frowned and said, "This time when we just stepped into the ancient starry sky, the blood moon great celestial king was assimilated by that aura, and the assimilation speed was much faster than mine. If it had been that fast back then, I would have been long dead. I might not have been able to wait until divine King Beishian remembered to use the sword of God to remove the strange aura in my body. It's just a coincidence." The Nine Saint Great Godly King shook his head. Even if it's not a coincidence, it could also be that those monsters are afraid of the sword of gods, so they have always been paying attention to the sword embryo. I just happened to see you and him taking out the sword embryo, so I wanted to kill you. I don't think it's a coincidence. Sacred Celestial Great Divine King shook his head slightly. Great Divine King Beishian seems to be worried. He must have thought of something. According to him, there is indeed someone who doesn't want us to go to the ancient starry sky. Why don't you tell me who it is? I think he discovered the magical use of the sword of God and planned to go to the ancient starry sky alone. If it wasn't for my strength being weaker than him, the Nine Saint Great Godly King was somewhat unwilling. Who doesn't want us to go to the ancient starry sky? The sacred celestial Great Godly King's gaze became more and more strange. He glanced at the Nine Saint Great Godly King. Haven't you thought of it? When you just made up your mind to go to the ancient starry sky, who called us over? Hung Jun. The Nine Saint Great Godly King's face revealed a trace of astonishment. Then he smiled and said, "Could it be that you want to say that he is related to those monsters?" It was he who didn't want us to go to the ancient starry sky. So he made the Blood Moon Great Godly King, who had just stepped into the ancient starry sky for less than a day. Then the Nine Saint Great Godly King shut his mouth, and the expression on his face gradually became somewhat strange. "Why did you stop talking?" A cold light flashed across the sacred, celestial, great, godly king's eyes. "Did you think that other than being godly kings, those monsters couldn't have planted a strange aura on the Blood Moon Great Godly King's body without a sound? Among these great godly kings, Hung Jun was the strongest and was revered as the #1 great godly king in the universe. The Blood Moon Great Godly King often went to attend classes. If he wanted to make a move, how many chances would he have? But the Nine Saint Great Godly King frowned deeply. Why? If it was really him, why would a great godly king like us stop us from going to the ancient starry sky? Why could he control those black-haired monsters? I don't know the exact reason, but it's not impossible. So, we have to be more careful in the future. It's best if we don't meet with Hong Jun again. The sacred celestial great godly king said lightly. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the hall. The Nine Saint Great Godly King and the sacred celestial Great Godly King were slightly stunned. Without the Nine Saint Great Godly King's order, it was impossible for any godly king to trespass this place. The two of them looked up, and a divine light flashed in their eyes. When they saw the person clearly, the Nine Saint Great Godly King instantly gasped in his heart, "Hong Jun!" The sacred celestial Great Godly King's eyes focused, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. The two of them looked at each other, and the remaining 4 heads of the Nine Saint Great Godly King suddenly revealed a smile. He stood up and said, "Great Godly King Hong Jun, why did you suddenly come here today? If you have any instructions, just tell me directly. There's no need for you to personally make a trip." "I didn't really want to make a trip, but who asked you to suspect me?" Hong Jun chuckled softly. Thump. The sacred celestial great godly king and the nine-saint great godly king looked at each other, and they both saw a flash of horror in each other's eyes. Didn't Hongjuan's words prove that the other party was really related to the black-haired monsters in the ancient starry sky? Moreover, the other party had always been monitoring the two of them, so he could know their conversation at the first moment? But they were all great godly kings. So how did the other party manage to monitor them so silently? Great godly King Hongjun, what did you mean by what you said just now? The two of us suspected you? What did we suspect? The nine-saint great godly king smiled embarrassedly. There's no need to think about escaping. This place has already been sealed by me. Even the great godly kings who just left this place, I've also sent them on their way one by one. Hongjun shook his head slightly. After pausing for a while, he said, "Let's get straight to the point. Those great godly kings all died in your hands?" The sacred celestial great godly king's expression became somewhat solemn. Hongjuan's words really caused their hearts to turn cold. It can't be considered as dying in my hands. They're just following the will of the heavenly way. Since they want to leave this world, then I'll let them become the protectors of this world. Hongjun said with a faint smile. What exactly do you want to say? Are you really related to those black-haired monsters? The aura on the blood moon, great godly king's body was planted by you? The nine-saint great godly king no longer smiled embarrassedly, and his face revealed a trace of solemnity. The other party had already come straight to the point. There was no meaning in continuing to play dumb. Chapter 42:30. I just don't want you guys to go to the ancient, starry sky again. It's not a place you can go. Hongjun sighed faintly. Hongjun, we respect you as the top expert in the universe, but you might not be a match for divine King Baixian. Why don't you make it clear? What's your purpose? Why don't you want us to go to the ancient, starry sky? What's hidden there? Sacred Divine King, Celestial said. You don't need to know about this. Hongjun smiled. I just want this world to be the same as before. Are you really in cahoots with those monsters? What about the mother of Nether Spider? What does that have to do with you? Let this world go back to normal? Will there be some changes in this world if we go to the ancient starry sky? The nine-saint great godly king frowned slightly. Since a long time ago, there have been divine masters and divine kings continuously heading to the ancient starry sky. At that time, you definitely weren't born yet, and you might not have even become a cultivator. I've reincarnated countless times in this world. The time I've existed isn't something you can imagine. Hongjun smiled. After saying so much, he still hasn't appeared. It seems that he has really left. In that case, the two of you should be on your way. The nine-saint, great godly king, and the sage, great godly king were slightly shocked. They didn't have time to think about the reincarnation that Hongjun mentioned. They only had one chance now that Hongjun was about to attack. As long as they could block Hongjun's attack, they could escape from this place. Who said I'm gone? A voice was heard. Sacred Divine King and nine Saint Divine Kings' expressions changed as they looked out of the hall in surprise. I knew you haven't left yet. Hongjun smiled and turned to look at Ningqi. The nine-saint great godly king and the celestial saint great godly king looked at each other and suddenly attacked Hongjun, who had his back facing them. However, they were frozen on the spot as soon as they used their moves. Don't waste your energy. There's a huge gap between you and me. You won't be able to hurt me even if I stand here. Hongjun smiled without turning his head. How can there be such a huge gap? The two looked at each other. Although Hongjun was the top expert in the universe, the two thought that he was at most 1 or 2 levels stronger than them. The opponent's methods were shocking. This feeling was just like when they faced Ningqi earlier. Good move. Ningqi looked at Hongjun and smiled with a sigh. I just don't know why you want to stop us from setting foot in the ancient starry sky. If you have any difficulties, why don't you just say it? I believe these godly monarchs will understand. You can't say it directly. Hong Jun smiled faintly. If I speak frankly, this world will be in complete chaos. Even if you have guessed some things, it will always be a guess and cannot be said frankly. If you don't speak frankly, you might not be able to leave this place today. Ning Qi said lightly, I sense the aura of the Netherworld Spider Mother from you. Your strength is probably related to her, right? Hong Jun smiled. Netherworld Spider Mother? The gazes of the Nine Saint, Great Godly King, and the Celestial Saint, Great Godly King, instantly turned strange. They knew that Ning Qi had once escaped from that being's hands, but they had never thought that the other strength would come from the Netherworld Spider Mother. What else do you know? Ning Qi had a curious look on his face. Why don't you tell me everything you know and what you can say? I will consider if I should be your enemy. Hong Jun was silent for a few breaths, as if he was considering this matter. In the end, he smiled and shook his head. There is no need for that. In this world, I will not die. Even if I am not your opponent, I will find out about you, and it will be difficult for you to resist the following methods. In this world, you will not die. Ning Qi felt that this was the key to the sentence. Hong Jun nodded slightly. According to what you said, which world will you die in? Is it the place that you are trying to stop us from setting foot in? Ning Qi smiled. I can't say. Hong Jun smiled. Ning Qi's heart stirred. This time his method encountered a slight obstruction, but the obstruction was not too strong. Hong Jun's body began to change. This kind of method is indeed difficult for ordinary people to resist. Hong Jun did not panic at all. He even began to look at the changes in his body with interest. Nine Saint Great Divine King and Sacred Celestial Great Divine King had a trace of disbelief in their eyes. Hong Jun was so calm. Could it really be, as he said, that he would not die in this world? Wouldn't that mean that he would be immortal? Even the Divine Lords back then could not do this. Otherwise, why would those Divine Lords set foot in the ancient starry sky and lose their lives in vain? In an instant, Hong Jun completely disappeared. Is Mystic North Great Divine King dead? Sacred Celestial Great Divine King looked around but did not find Hong Jun's aura. This meant that Hong Jun should be completely dead, like 70% Great Divine King. If he didn't lie, he should not be dead. Ning Qi's face showed a rare trace of seriousness. This feeling was very mysterious. It was not because of what Hong Jun had said that made him feel that Hong Jun was not completely dead. It was because he really felt that Hong Jun was not completely dead. Of course I will not lie. Hong Jun's voice was heard outside the hall. He slowly walked into the hall and smiled at Ning Qi. Lying is meaningless to me. He really did not die. Nine Saint Great Divine King and Sacred Celestial Great Divine King looked at each other. Hong Jun actually came back to life under Ning Qi's technique. No, he did not come back to life. Otherwise, why would he walk in from the outside? Sacred Celestial Great Divine King's eyes were filled with deep doubt. He couldn't understand how Hong Jun managed to do it. Could it be the spiritual energy technique? It wasn't his original body just now, and it's not his original body now. You can resurrect infinitely? Ning Qi's eyes moved as he sized Hong Jun up. He was really curious about Hong Jun's technique. However, he was sure that Hong Jun was no match for him. Even if Hong Jun could resurrect infinitely, Hong Jun could not do anything to him. This explained why Hong Jun did not directly suppress him when they first met. Anyway, I will not die here, Hong Jun said with a faint smile. If the three of you promise me not to go to the ancient starry sky again and hand over the Zhu God sword, I will pretend that this never happened. We can discuss the former, but I will not give you the Zhu God sword unless you can tell me what relationship you have with the Blackford monsters and what kind of existence they are. Ning Qi smiled. They can be ordered by you. You can command them. They are the protectors of this world. If a divine master or divine king dies in the ancient starry sky, they will become existences like them. Hong Jun smiled. As for the rest, I really cannot explain. Chapter 40, 231. It was indescribable. It was indescribable. The Nine Saint Divine King was fuming with anger. The other party killed the Blood Moon Divine King without saying a word. The purpose was to warn them not to set foot in the ancient starry sky. But he never told them the reason why they were not allowed to set foot in the ancient starry sky. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't strong enough, the Nine Saint Divine King would have fought with Hong Jun. He couldn't vent his anger. You're afraid that we'll set foot in the ancient starry sky because you don't want us to know the secret? Is this secret important to all the worlds? Or is it important to you personally? Ningqi smiled. The Nine Saint Divine King and the Saint Celestial Divine King were surprised. Yes, Hong Jun's motive was also very important. If they could determine his motive, they could decide how to deal with it. If it was really for personal reasons that he didn't want them to set foot in the ancient starry sky, then they would have to look into it. Hong Jun smiled and didn't say anything. Then let's see if you can live forever. Ningqi smiled. Hong Jun was traced back to his origin again. Not long after, he walked in from outside the hall. This was the second time. After the third, fourth, fifth, until the 100th time, the Nine Saint Divine King and the Saint Celestial Divine King were finally sure that Hong Jun wouldn't die. This move of mine can make people trace back to their origin. Even so, I can't kill you completely. Looks like your origin is really not here. Ningqi did make a move on the 100th time and sighed. The origin is not here? Divine King Beixian, does that mean this isn't his real body? The Saint Celestial Divine King asked. That's right. Ningqi looked at Hong Jun with a faint smile. If this is your real body, you would have died a long time ago. There's no way that you can survive after your origin is destroyed. Even if it was me, it would be the same. Without the origin, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate, let alone reincarnate. Pausing for a moment, he continued, Your origin should be residing in that cosmic void, right? Are you afraid that we'll find out where your origin is? The Nine Saint Divine King and the Saint Celestial Divine King gasped. Ningqi's words made them completely understand why Hong Jun didn't let them set foot in the ancient starry sky. Ningqi's guess was highly possible. In this way, they could also understand why Hong Jun stopped them. In fact, your source is in that huge city. Could it be that the thing that the Netherworld Spider Mother is guarding is your source? If I kill the Netherworld Spider Mother, I might be able to see your origin? Is that so, Senior Hong Jun? Ningqi asked with a smile. Hong Jun was silent for a few breaths, then sighed softly. Excessive guessing will make you go to a dead end. Can't you all live well in the myriad heavens? Although it must be extended by absorbing life force. But to you, this is already a boundless lifespan, almost comparable to eternal life. This is still not enough to satisfy you. Rather than living mindlessly, it's better to die knowing the truth. That way I can rest in peace. I believe Grand Divine King Beixian has the same thoughts as us. Hong Jun, no matter what your purpose is, you can't stop the Divine King Beixian. You let him attack you. It's not that you don't want to fight back, but you don't have the ability to. You can stop us, but you can't stop Grand Divine King Beixian. Nine Saint Great Divine King said with a gloomy smile, I'm indeed not his match, but in this life, I'm only half a step away from the Divine Master Realm. He can't kill me, so he's destined to be suppressed by me. Hong Jun smiled, then cupped his fists and bowed to Ningqi, Grand Divine King Beixian. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he walked out of the hall. Ningqi and Nine Saint Great Divine King looked at his back quietly until he disappeared at the entrance of the hall. Grand Divine King Beixian, we never thought that the once #1 expert in the myriad heavens would actually be related to the ancient starry sky. If what he said is true, I'm afraid he has already reincarnated countless times. In the past, he might have been in the Divine Master Realm. Great Divine King Celestial's expression was rather solemn. In his opinion, although Ningqi could beat Hongju now, it was very likely that the other party had the experience of stepping into the Divine Master Realm. If the other party had stepped into the Divine Master Realm, then Ningqi might not be a match for a Divine Master. On the path of cultivation, the gap between each realm was a huge chasm that was impossible to cross. If we want to kill him, we have to find his source. If we can't find it, everything is just empty talk. Ningqi shook his head slightly. After a pause, he said, I don't think he'll come to find you again. I'll take my leave first. Where are you going, Grand Divine King Beixian? Shouldn't we strike the iron while it's hot and go straight to the ancient starry sky? While Hong Jun is still not a match for you, shouldn't we find his source? If the source is in that giant city, then we'll kill the Nether Spider Queen and find Hong Jun's source. Nine Saint Great Divine King looked at Ningqi in surprise. It's useless. We're not prepared enough. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. He took a step forward and disappeared in front of the two of them. He's left this world. Great Divine King Celestial sighed softly. After a pause, he said, I'll also return to the great Celestial Saint world to take a look. Perhaps there will be a great calamity in the future. There are some things that need to be explained. Don't be so pessimistic. Nine Saint Great Divine King shook his head and said, Hong Jun just left. He might be hiding in the side and spying on us. It's not safe for you to leave now. We'd better stay here and discuss. If he really comes to kill us again, we won't be a match for him, even if we stand together. Great Divine King Celestial shook his head and cupped his fists. I'll take my leave first. Don't act rashly before there's news from Grand Divine King Beixian. Otherwise, you'll end up like Blood Moon, Grand Divine King. Got it? Nine Saint Great Divine King nodded with a serious expression. After Ningqi left the Nine Saint Great World, he immediately returned to the Shenluo Great World. He stood quietly in the void for a while. After confirming that Hong Jun hadn't been there, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though Hong Jun wasn't a match for him, he had strange tricks up his sleeves. He had to be careful. During his absence, the Heavenly Court had been rebuilt again. Previously, because of the Silver Dragon, a group of cultivators who weren't loyal enough were eliminated. Now, those who remained were basically loyal to the Heavenly Court. Ningqi walked into the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. The Sea King and the others had been waiting for a long time. Grand Divine King Beixian, we flipped through the ancient books and finally found some information related to the Netherworld Spider Mother. The Sea King stood up and said with a serious expression, Related to the Netherworld Spider Mother? Ningqi nodded slightly. After sitting down, he gestured to the Sea King. Please speak. Chapter 4232. In Ningqi's opinion, the information that the Ocean King and the others could obtain about the Nether Spider Queen should be limited. Even an existence like the Nine Saint Great Divine King, who could be ranked in the myriad worlds, knew very little about the Netherworld Spider Queen. Divine King Beixian, we found this jade slip after searching the Shenluo world several times. It was unknown how many years had passed since the jade slip had been preserved, but the information contained within it had become incomplete and incomplete. But there is information about the Nether Spider Queen in it. The Ocean King handed Ningqi a jade slip and said, Ningqi took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine will. The information inside was indeed incomplete, and the jade slip style didn't match the current era. It must have existed for many years. The Ocean King and the others had indeed spent a lot of effort to find such a jade slip in the vast Shenluo world. Recollecting his thoughts, Ningqi began to focus on the information in the jade slip. A while later, Ningqi put down the jade slip with a strange expression. There wasn't a lot of information in the jade slip, but it was very accurate. It described a huge city in the world, and there was an illusory world in the city. When one woke up, he found himself in a dilapidated temple, facing a monster with human heads all over its body. This information wasn't very helpful to Ningqi, because he had experienced it himself. But this jade slip was enough to prove that Ningqi wasn't the only one who escaped from the city. Many years ago, someone from the Shenluo Great World had also escaped from the city. As for who that person could be, Hong Jun. Ningqi thought to himself. The possibility of it being him was high, but not high either. The other party obviously knew more than him, so it was very likely that he had seen the Nether Spider Queen. Also, Hong Jun had reincarnated in the Shenluo world, so the possibility of him leaving this jade slip was very high. However, judging from Hong Jun's previous attitude, with his unspeakable personality, there was no reason for him to deliberately leave such a jade slip. What a pity. There's definitely more information in the jade slip, but because it's been so long, only this bit of information has been preserved. The rest of the information should be quite crucial. The person who left this jade scroll might have some of his own experience. The Sea King and the others had been observing Ningqi's expression. Seeing that Ningqi had finished reading the contents of the jade scroll, the Ocean King asked, "Grand Divine King Beixian, is the information useful?" "I've seen it with my own eyes. It doesn't have much effect." Ningqi smiled faintly. The Sea King and the others were slightly disappointed. Ningqi smiled, "But at least I know that there are people in this world who have escaped from the hands of this netherworld spider mother." Only then did the four of them look a little better. Otherwise, after working so hard and exhausting so much of his mental energy, it would be too disappointing if the item he found in the end was useless. At this moment, Fong Lingming and the other ladies who received the news slowly walked into the hall. Seeing this, the Sea King and the other three got up and left. "Husband, did you find Hao Yan's whereabouts this time?" Fong Lingming sat beside Ningqi and asked expectantly. Ningqi shook his head with a wry smile. Little Hao Tian seemed to have disappeared from this world. If it wasn't for Ziyin, Ningqi even suspected that Ning Haoyan might have died and been reincarnated. Even the Grand Divine King couldn't find a person to reincarnate. If the world I saw in the giant city is real, then Ziyin's means must be good. Lung Ming said that she came personally and gave little Hao Tian a name. She must have thought highly of her and wouldn't let her die. Thinking of this, Ningqi comforted Fong Lingming. Wang Shui asked curiously, "Husband, which great worlds did you go to this time? What did those great worlds look like? What did you find? Speaking of which, it's a lot." Ningqi smiled and slowly told them about his experience in the other great worlds. When the ladies heard the last part, they couldn't help but be shocked when they learned that Hong Jun, who was once known as the most powerful overlord in the universe, was related to those monsters in the void dimension. Will Hong Jun really not die? Li Xian had a strange look on her face. She came from Earth and had heard of Hong Jun. Now that she thought about it, it was very likely that Hong Jun was the one she had heard of. "At least I can't kill him now." Ningqi smiled and nodded. He paused. "Don't tell old Lord about Hong Jun's news for now, lest he thinks too much." Li Xian nodded slightly. "Young master, you said that the Zhu God sword is extremely mysterious and can restrain those monsters in the void dimension. Can you show it to us?" Little Yu asked curiously. "On the surface, it's no different from an ordinary longsword. It's not even as fancy as a magic treasure." Ningqi smiled and took out the Zhu God sword. Fong Lingming extended her hand to receive it, and the other girls all stretched their necks. They were filled with curiosity towards this sword of God that required 72 sword embryos to fuse to form it. "It looks ordinary, but that's why it's not ordinary." Fong Lingming smiled and passed the Zhu God sword to Wang Shui. Without waiting for Wang Shui to receive the Zhuge sword suddenly shone with a faint and gentle white light. This layer of white light first flowed to Fong Lingming's palm, Then it passed through her arm and spread everywhere. In an instant, Fong Lingming's body was enveloped by the white light. Ning Qi immediately waved his hand and set up a restrictive spell to protect Wang Shui and the ladies. He then looked at Fong Lingming seriously. "Lingming, is there anything wrong? This feeling is very mysterious." Fong Lingming muttered to herself. In the next moment, everyone saw her aura skyrocket. It was very similar to the scene when Ning Qi secretly devoured the Netherworld Spider Queen. However, her speed was much faster than Ning Qi's last time. In the blink of an eye, Fong Lingming's cultivation reached the Divine King realm. Her aura was still rising. Ning Qi didn't stop her. The Zhu God sword only started to show changes when it landed in Fong Lingming's hand. Perhaps this was the true power of the Zhu God sword. Husband, big sister is... Wang Shui subconsciously stood beside Ning Qi and looked at Fong Lingming in surprise. "She should be fine," Ning Qi said in a low voice. Fong Lingming's transformation continued. Finally, when her aura was almost on par with Nine Saint, Great, Godly King, and the rest, the change gradually stopped. Fong Lingming opened her eyes. There seemed to be stars twinkling in her pupils. "Lingming, how do you feel now?" Ning Qi asked. "I feel very good." Fong Lingming's voice sounded a little ethereal. She only got used to the sudden increase in her cultivation after a dozen breaths of time. This Zhuge God sword is simply too mystical. Fong Lingming revealed a look of surprise. "I feel that I have already stepped into the Divine King realm. Not an ordinary Divine King. Your aura is comparable to a top-notch Great Divine King," Ning Qi said with a strange expression. Chapter 40, 233. Comparable to a top-notch Great Divine King. Fong Lingming was stunned. Wang Shui, Li Exen, and Little Yu were also stunned. They understood the difference between a Divine King and a Great Divine King. For example, Heavenly Star Divine King wasn't a match for the Ocean King. The Ocean King could easily fight 3 of them, and the Ocean King wasn't a Great Divine King. A Great Divine King was a more terrifying existence than the Ocean King. But they had seen Ning Qi make tea and send away a few Great Divine Kings with their own eyes. Those Great Divine Kings could only be considered to be below average or average in the myriad worlds. But now, Ning Qi said that Fong Lingming had already become a top-notch Great Divine King. How could they not be shocked? "Husband, big sister's current strength is really comparable to a top-notch Great Divine King?" Wang Shui asked in disbelief. "Indeed." Ning Qi nodded. Fong Lingming suddenly felt something and handed the Zhuge sword to Li Exan. Li Exan took it subconsciously. Then, what happened to Fong Lingming happened to Li Exan. Li Exan's aura kept increasing, and the speed was even more terrifying than Fong Lingming's. In an instant, it reached its peak. Wang Shui and the others were shocked again. "It's true." Fong Lingming smiled and said to Ning Qi, "Husband, I'm afraid the meaning of this Zhuge sword isn't to fight against the enemy." "You're right. Maybe that's what's special about it." But Ning Qi had a strange look in his eyes. If the Zhuge sword could make someone instantly become a Great Divine King, this power was indeed enough to raise one's eyebrows. It could also be called the Zhuge sword. But what Ning Qi wanted was a sword that could suppress the Netherworld Spider Mother, not a sword with a more powerful auxiliary function. Even 100 Great Divine Kings wouldn't be a match for a Divine Master, and a Divine Master wouldn't be a match for the Netherworld Spider Mother. "Shui." Li Exan handed the sword to Wang Shui and then closed her eyes, as though she was familiarizing herself with the sudden increase in power. Wang Shui took the Zhuge sword, and her body was also covered in a white halo. Her cultivation was also increasing rapidly. After Ning Qi confirmed from Fong Lingming and Li Exan that there was nothing strange about this power, he did not stop the girls from taking turns to hold the sword. Not long after, Little Yu, and Zwoling. Ur's cultivation also rose to the great God King realm because of the Zhuge sword. Ningqi took back the Zhuge God sword. However, in his hands, there was nothing special about the sword at all. At this moment, all the girls were familiarizing themselves with their powers. Only Ningqi was studying the Zhuge sword in the soaring heaven palace of the king. System, since I've fused with the Zhuge sword, you should at least tell me what it's used for. It can't be just helping people raise their cultivation to great divine king, right? Ningqi asked in his heart. If it was in the past, Ningqi would definitely be very happy if he obtained this Zhuge sword. After all, to be able to mass-produce great divine kings, this kind of power would probably shock those great divine kings in the myriad worlds. However, the power of the sword of God shown on the mural wasn't here. Either he was mistaken, or the netherworld spider mother wasn't afraid of the Zhuge God sword, but the person holding the sword. Either that, or he still didn't understand how to activate the true power of the Zhuge sword. After thinking for a while, Ningqi smiled. The system didn't reply. Since that was the case, this ability to create great divine kings couldn't be wasted. With a thought, someone received the message and rushed towards the soaring heaven palace of the king. In the void of the universe, as the number of great divine kings on Ningqi's side increased one after another, black-haired monsters in the void were continuously smashed into pieces. They let out miserable howls and finally dissipated in the void. Hong Jun stood quietly in the void and watched the scene in front of him. His eyes gradually revealed a hint of seriousness. Seems like he has already found a way to use the Zhuge sword. Hong Jun muttered to himself. If the guardian gods die one by one, in the end it will be his turn. His gaze looked towards the depths of the void of the universe. He didn't know if it was an illusion. There seemed to be a ray of golden light coming from that direction. Hong Jun frowned slightly and said doubtfully, "The aura of the chaotic star?" The golden light became brighter and brighter. In an instant, it dyed Hong Jun's surroundings gold. "It's you." Hong Jun's eyes gradually became solemn. Not far away in front of him, 3 figures appeared. If Ningqi was here, he would be able to recognize the identity of these 3 people. One was Ziyin, one was Ning Haoyan. The last one was Star Emperor, who was captured by the black-haired monster in front of him. However, Star Emperor's aura had long surpassed the 7th step and reached the 8th step of the Divine King realm. "It's me." Ziyin smiled and nodded. "We have been playing hide-and-seek for so many years. This time you seem to have missed." Ning Haoyan looked at Hong Jun curiously. He heard Ziyin say that Hong Jun was related to a certain secret in this realm. "Missed?" "Not really," Hong Jun said faintly. "You, on the other hand, have hidden for so many years. Why did you just appear in front of me today? You must know that an anomaly like you must be eradicated. Once the Zhuge sword appeared, the guardian gods that you mentioned died one by one. Your strength is equivalent to mine, right? What do you have to keep me here?" Ziyin smiled. After a pause, he said, "You didn't want to be a human, but came here to be a guard dog. Let's make a deal. You can leave now and don't bother about the matters of this realm." After the guardian gods died one by one, Hong Jun's aura was indeed declining bit by bit. After hearing Ziyun's words, he shook his head slightly. "I'm not here because I want to. If I leave now, this realm will definitely affect the place that you and I have stayed in before. All the people here are evil spirits. We can't let them out." Ziyun's face turned slightly cold. "Evil spirits? You have reincarnated so many times in this realm. Do you feel that this realm is different from the other one? I think your brain has been completely cleaned and you have lost your own opinion. It's useless." Hong Jun shook his head. "No matter what you say, I have my own duty. None of the evil spirits here will let him out. You, on the other hand, don't belong to this realm. Why don't you let go of the obsession in your heart and leave? Since I have come here, I don't intend to leave alone." Ziyin smiled. Do you think that the person who obtained the Juga sword will succeed? Hong Jun's cold face suddenly revealed a faint smile. There was once someone who was closer to that step than him. In the end, he also became the Netherworld Spider Queen's food. The Netherworld Spider Queen is the true guardian of this realm. As for me, I am only here to maintain some order. If you continue to be so stubborn and become an evil spirit of this realm in the future, don't even think about escaping this place. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. Hong Jun snorted coldly and turned to leave. But in the next moment, a golden light turned into a chain and trapped him. Chapter 40-234. Hong Jun was trapped by Zi Yin, but he didn't panic at all. He just looked at Zi Yin indifferently. You know that I won't die. Hong Jun said plainly. Yes. Zi Yin smiled and nodded. In the next moment, the golden chains exploded and shredded Hong Jun into pieces. But killing you once makes me feel good. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a loss to be chased by you all these years? Zi Yin smiled. Master, since father has obtained Juga sword, can we go back to find him? Ning Haotian was looking forward to it. After following Zi Yin for so many years, she went to countless places. Even before God Luo World became a great world, she followed Zi Yin to many great worlds. Her knowledge grew day by day. But even after going to so many places, she still missed Ning Qi, Fang Lingming, Ning Rulai, and everything in War God Hall. The great Star Emperor's eyes also moved, and he looked toward Zi Yin. Your father's current strength isn't enough. Zi Yin smiled and looked at Ning Haotian. Remember, he can break the shackles of this world. Apart from relying on his own methods, you are also the key. Before this, there will be many dangers around your father. If you follow him, you will inevitably get into trouble. Master, I understand. Where are we going next? Ning Haotian was a little disappointed, but he quickly cheered up. We're not going anywhere. You guys go back to Primitive Star. I'm going to leave this world. Your father obtained Juga sword. Hong Jun will definitely go back to report. I'll see if I can use this chance to kill his true body. A cold light flashed in Zi Yun's eyes. The power of the Sword of Death seemed to be inexhaustible. As Wukong, Bull Demon King, and the others advanced to Great God King, Realm one after another. The core existences of the entire Heaven Court all had methods comparable to 9 Saint Great God King. Gradually, Ning Qi felt that the vitality of God Luo World wasn't enough to support so many great God Kings. He told them to head to other great worlds. No matter what methods they used, they had to first gain a foothold. There's still no reaction to me. After Ning Qi took back Juga sword, it turned back into an ordinary long sword and didn't show any signs. Sighing softly, Ning Qi moved his mind and stepped into the void. In an instant, he arrived at the reincarnation of the myriad realms. Ning Qi realized that it wasn't just the divine Luo world that had the reincarnation path. Even the other worlds were using the same reincarnation path. However, there were many smaller passageways within the large passageway. Each small passageway represented a large world. In the past, his cultivation wasn't high enough, so he could only step into the passage that belonged to the god Luo world. But now, Ning Qi could easily see the reincarnations of the other passages. Divine light swirled in Ning Qi's eyes, and the scenes in every passage of the reincarnation cycle appeared in front of him. It was like the underworld, which had no one to take care of it. Yet it was able to take care of all the reincarnated people properly. It was like a pure, intelligent assembly line on Earth that didn't require manual maintenance. Which great world do you come from? Do you also like to comprehend the way of samsara? A figure appeared beside Ning Qi and asked curiously with cupped fists. When the other party first appeared, Ning Qi had already sensed it, but he didn't take it to heart. The person was just an ordinary divine king. His strength was similar to Heavenly Star Divine King and the rest, but he couldn't compare to the Sea King, who was extremely close to being a great divine king. Way of samsara. Ning Chi smiled. I'm Divine King, North Mystery of the Divine Luo World. May I know who you are? Divine Luo World? A new great world, right? No wonder it's the first time I saw you in the reincarnation path. The man smiled and said, I'm Divine King Ghost Candle from the Nether Big World, because my cultivation has something to do with the myriad world reincarnation. I often come here for many years. I've only seen 2 or 3 great divine kings like you. Why so few? The other divine kings aren't willing to come here? Ning Chi's eyes flickered. The reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds is ultimately a bad implication. Who would be willing to come here when they aren't dead? Only those divine kings who are about to die will come here to take a look and try to control their reincarnation. Divine King Undying Candle sighed. Divine King Undying, Candle has been here for many years? I happen to have some doubts. I wonder if Divine King Undying Candle can dispel them for me? Ning Chi smiled. Divine King North Mystery, feel free to ask. I don't dare to say that I understand the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds very well, but I'm quite familiar with it. Divine King Undying Candle smiled. Is there someone controlling the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds? If there isn't, is it following the will of the heavenly Tao and operating here on its own? Ning Chi asked. You're talking about this. I'm not too sure. Divine King Undying Candle's expression changed slightly. Ning Chi saw something from his expression, but did not speak. He quietly waited for Divine King Undying Candle to continue. Many years ago, I believed that no one could control the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds, not even the great divine kings. Against such a massive and terrifying existence, the great divine kings were just like ants. But one time I saw something. Divine King Undying Candle's eyes revealed a hint of emotion. It was after that time that I personally believe that there is indeed a pair of hands controlling the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds. The existence of this pair of hands is very likely to have stepped into the divine master realm, or even stronger. Oh! Ning Chi's eyes flickered. Did the other party's words mean that he saw an expert that surpassed the great divine king realm? Surpassed the great divine king. If it was a member of the 10,000 worlds, there was no reason for it to still be unknown. Divine King Undying Candle, I wonder if you can describe the existence you saw in detail. Ning Chi said with a smile, Forget it. Since you were able to come to the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds, it means that there is some fate between us. Divine King Undying Candle smiled. I'll tell you what I saw that time. That time, I came to the reincarnation path of the 10,000 worlds as usual. At that time, I had already gained some insights, and my cultivation improved a little. In a good mood, I planned on taking a stroll and seeing the life forms in the other worlds enter samsara. When I walked to the samsara passageway that represents the ancient, desolate, great world, Divine King Undying Candle's smile faded a little as his tone turned slightly solemn. I saw a group of godly monarch experts being thrown into samsara. A group of godly monarch experts? How did they perish? Ning Chi's gaze flickered. Godly monarch experts were basically immortal unless they constantly used their methods, causing their vitality to be unable to keep up and expend their lifespan. For the other party to see a large group of godly monarch experts, it meant that an intense battle must have happened that time. As for how they perished, I have no way of knowing. Divine King Undying Candle said, Back then, I was a little surprised and did not dare to show my face. Furthermore, my race's cultivation method is rather unique. As long as I do not wish to, I can easily hide in this reincarnation path. Just as I was preparing to leave, I saw 3 figures. One of the women's aura was completely different from you and me. He looked at Ning Chi with an incomparably solemn gaze. She's definitely not a godly monarch. She's definitely not a godly monarch.